think we're streaming. Good evening, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim of Kim Fixes Things. I'm here with Campo, who's making his beverage. And we are in the shop tonight. We are here with the 2008 Jeep. Oh, we're doing beverages.
Oh, I'm just showing what I'm drinking so it doesn't look like I'm boozing it up over here.
Yeah, because everyone would be upset if you were boozing it up.
I see people on live stream drinking beer and
how they booze.
They sound like they're drunk.
I mean, recreational streaming.
Inspector Bruce and Crash's Roadrunner Garage both at 10, or on the hour, I should say. So I know where Inspector Bruce is. It's not 10. It's probably 8. Mike here.
D-Man is here.
Oh.
Welcome in. Who's
D-Man? D-Man. Haven't seen D-Man before. Good evening. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, this is starting time. You're on time for points and everything. I bet you that's somebody we know just using a different account.
So Kim gives points if you're here right on time. Hey, and Mexican Spec is here on time.
Mexican Spec was here on time. You Mexican Spec?
Oh, he was here. He was here a minute early.
Very nice job. Kobe Queso was here at 9:30. I wonder if they'll still come in. And Roots Culture.
Oh, there were people. There were people here as soon as I put it up, and it said
Hippie Long.
It said 7 hours to go, and there were people that popped in.
D-Man is new and improved.
New and improved.
Yeah.
New and improved with a green, some kind of green thing. I don't know what the green thing is. His avatar.
I don't know. I can't tell. It's little. All right. So the point system is I don't got a spreadsheet. I ain't got a database. I don't keep track of the points. You keep track of your points. I award the points. You keep track. The points will have a super secret, useful, good thing later on for redemptions. And I don't know when that'll be or what they'll be for. That's what they're so secret that even I don't know. So, but we sure do appreciate you, and I award points as a reward for good things like showing up on time. So everybody who got here at 10, y'all get 4 points. Everybody gets 4 points who has made a comment in chat since the very beginning of stream.
See that, D-Man? Now I see what those are. They're VU meters, you know, like on a...
oh, yeah, it's one of your radio friends.
Radio thing or some, yeah. With,
is there a secret handshake? Maybe. I can't tell you. We don't talk about the secret handshake. But, Hippie Long says, nice Freon reclaim video, by the way. You know, the nicest part about it is that it worked. That's the really nice part about it. But thank you. I appreciate people watching videos. It's
crazy. She bought that machine cheap. Brought it here, plugged it in, we turned it on, and we let the smoke out of it, and it's stink the whole shop up. And
the shop stunk for 2 days.
She pulled a board out of it, a burn up component on the board, and I thought, yeah, it's worthless. And she went into the board level and fixed it and put it all back together. It works.
Fixed it.
How many air conditioning machine boards have you ever been into?
Never.
None. How many circuit boards have you ever been into and replaced components on? Have you done that before?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? I didn't know
that. We modded PlayStations back in the old times when you had to have special mods, when the CDs had the copy protection on them, and you could do mods on the board. But I did that one time. And then one time I fixed a laser printer that somebody had set on top of something, and it had pierced the bottom of the laser printer and busted the board. And I didn't replace components. I just jumpered the broken sections of the board, and it worked. We used that for a couple of years after I did that. Got a laser printer, $7,000 laser printer for $100, and prepared the board and used it. So the problem I'm having with this machine now is that one of the valves leaks real bad out of the packing, and there's no packing nut, so that's a problem. One of the valves on the tank. I'm probably going to have to replace the recovery tank.
Saving one ozone layer at a time, says Craig May from down under.
I really don't care about the ozone layer. I don't that much. Like, I'm never going to encounter enough refrigerant for it to matter. All right,
It's expensive.
But yeah, like, I don't want to have to like keep buying new refrigerant, especially when I have vehicles out there that are going to go to the junkyard, and then the junkyard is just going to release it. Like, no, that's value. I want that.
That's my refrigerant. We're keeping
That's
that.
my refrigerant. That's right. Hell no. That's how stingy I am.
Indecisive here. Olive's here.
I am so stingy that in order to save like $60 worth of refrigerant, I now have like, I don't know, because I'm gonna have to buy a new recovery tank, and that's gonna be over $100. Plus the price of the machine and the repair and the time and effort that I put into it. I'm gonna spend $600 on recovery equipment so I could save $60 worth of refrigerant, and that's how it always ends up being. That's how they get you.
Read what Buff says. No, that's me. What Mexican Spec says. He goes,
a slideshow would be cool.
Well, anything other than just looking at just the camera pointed at two of the same cars all the time. I mean, the most interesting thing about that shot is I watched the cats coming out from under the car and going back under the car. I mean, it's all right, I guess. Yeah, sure. Anytime you can move the camera around and show stuff. How can you sit on this chair all the time?
You don't like it, huh?
This is pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sitting down real low and you're sitting up high. Normally we're about the same height because that chair's taller. And it's padded. This one's just like steel.
Mean Street Mopars here. Welcome to the stream.
This is when they change it. The cans were twice as much. What's he talking about? Change it. Sure. Volvo Guru set up an old compressed air tank that he could reuse or turn in old refrigerant with. Oh yeah, it gets damp. This has a dryer and this machine has a dryer and has an oil separator, so you save oil and you save refrigerant. It's got like a big beefy filter dryer in it.
That's one of the problems. So we've got I was going to tell you guys about what's going on, and then we got distracted by beverages. Refrigerator. We've got the replacement. What is this thing called? Compressor. For the 2008 Jeep Patriot. You know what? I thought that.
Man, I understand, but I just don't want to interrupt. But go ahead. I asked him a question. He keeps re-answering, so I understand.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted, but you're talking about the compressor.
I thought the compressor for this 2008 Jeep Patriot that you can't see because it's off screen was seized, but it turns out that this style of compressor does not have the same kind of clutch thing as so it would not be able to spin when it has the belt on, it cannot spin independently. This part here, I thought this part would spin, but it doesn't. But you said that your mechanic told you that, because it has a charge in it, you said the mechanic told you that the compressor was bad.
I took it to a guy in Maryland when I was up there because you know where I was working. You were there. I was out in just their parking lot, no equipment. So he's up the road. So I asked him to take a look at it, see what it needs. He charged it up. That's the charge that's in there. But he says it the compressor is so weak, you can't get the high side high. So I assume he unplugged that. Is there a wire or something comes out of that, or how does it work? Or we don't know. Oh,
So
I don't know. That's what I know. He said it needed a compressor, and it's charged up. And it is, and I paid him for the charge, and drove away, and the diagnosis, whatever. He charged me a couple $100 for that.
Couple $100.
Yeah, I know it's not. Nothing's cheap.
Big, man. Air conditioning work is pricey.
Everything's pricey.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Unfortunately,
have no fear.
Mr. Dugster,
Dugster's
welcome
here.
to the stream. Everything's expensive.
He came into Shane and Dallas's live last night and said something else. He didn't say have no fear. He had some other line that
Here,
meant
you can have this.
It meant the same thing. Oh, we can swap chairs?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get the top on this so I don't spill it. I don't want to spill my drink. That's why I like plastic bottles, because I can screw the cap back on.
This came as a Amazon package. Must have been a return. It has no instructions, and it does not say whether it's pre-charged with oil or not.
And we don't have any new oil. We got to buy some packs.
I don't know if it has oil in it.
I know that's not a, so probably shouldn't run it until we find out. That means we're going to have to add some oil to the system or something.
Well, just
I'll say, sound all right on you guys' end, or is it me? I don't know. I was looking at it, and when Kim was talking, I thought it was a little bit low, but not sure. So, Kim, how would I make that? Oh, I see. There's a slider there. Okay, let's see if that. I don't know. That's up as high as I can make it go without going deeper into the system. And I don't know if we were talking quietly or not. I went back and watched part of our live from Tuesday night, and just as a kind of critique myself, and I know some things I want to do differently, because there were a couple of times I couldn't understand what I said, and I probably knew what I said. Oh, D-Man says 5x5 there. So I did crank it up a little bit more, but I don't know. Oh, you're already into it. Oh, the tool is coming apart. I see. That's what she's into. She got a tool she needs, and she's already got to fix the tool.
I'm going to pull the snap ring and see if it's got pag oil in it.
Yeah, but I was surprised that the tool was broken already.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong.
I see you turning it around to make the snap ring pliers work in the direction you need.
Yeah, these
you made squeezy ones instead of separate pushy ones. What do you call that when snap ring pliers go this way, or sometimes they go this way, and you got to take the center out and move it? I don't know if any of you ever done that. Some of you probably done that.
Universal snap ring pliers.
Fear is not present when the Dugster is in attendance.
Woo! All our fears.
That's when we're on your stream, you get up and go get a drink, and then all of us are in fear until you get back.
Dugster, is he coming back? We'll be right back.
See, Dugster doesn't have a partner there on the live stream, so he gets up. He just leaves everybody. And they're fearful while he's gone. What's this? If you want, Jane Curtin.
Dugster, are you ever going to have a co-host on your show? Not that you have to, but I'm just curious.
No, she's just
curious. Yeah. Your wife ever come on and say hello?
Oh, and Inspector Bruce says internal versus external snap ring. Yeah, that's probably the proper terminology instead of pushy outies or pullyinis. Whatever I said.
He says crazy stuff.
It's like we're videoing sometimes using my phone. I go, is it up and downy or is it back and forthy? Mark Sauvé, how you doing? I like that. See, I didn't know how to say that. He puts it there in parentheses. I think I've seen you somewhere, probably in Tony's
Why
live.
is it being difficult?
Probably in Tony's live. And Tavo's here. Mean Street. I don't know if I said hi to Mean Street yet.
I said hi to Mean Street.
Mark Sauvé. Yeah, I think I don't know if I've ever seen you in this stream, but I think I've seen you in Uncle Tony's. And then I did lives with Uncle Tony's with Uncle Tony for about a year and a half. But it's been a long time now. He had about 150,000 subscribers when I was doing that, and now he's got about 450. So that's been a while. That was in 2021, 2020, 2021, somewhere in there.
I haven't seen anything from Mean Street Mopar. He was on fire with making videos every day until.
Well, he's here.
I know. I just haven't seen any videos from him.
It's strange. Once in a while, I'll see videos pop up that I've subscribed to for a long time. All of a sudden, I get one. I haven't seen it for a long time. It was one of those today. I don't remember which one it was, but it's somebody I hadn't seen in a long time.
Wow, that's interesting. The way you said it.
And Mexican Spec is saying, "Cómo está usted?" to Tavo of all people. You know, I took this Jeep in the store while you had dozed off.
Yeah.
And I went up to the store, drove back, got in a big traffic jam. I told you that coming back. Somebody crashed right not too far from us. Man,
that's a terrible intersection.
It was traffic was backed up for 4 or 5 miles, just sitting still. And every once in a while we'd creep forward and I think, okay, it's moving, but it's not. Somebody'd get tired of waiting, they'd turn around and go the other way. So, but going up there, not coming back, but going up there, man, that Jeep drives nicely. It's running better than it ever has. So I would bet that, just like I said before, that problem already existed, and it really showed up when the oil pack failed. Yeah.
Crapped out finally.
Dean Stevenson says Campo and Buffalo Campo.
It's a lot of K's.
It's a lot of backwards K's. How do you pronounce it backwards K? You know, like in Russian, there's a thing that looks like an R, but it's backwards. But it's not even an R, it's a ya. It's a vowel, and it's pronounced ya. It's like a ah, only with a Y in front of it. Ya. So I'm thinking the backwards K might not be pronounced like a K, but I have no idea what language that is. And Carlos answering that he does in Spanish that he does not speak Spanish. No hablo español.
Yo hablo en español.
And then Mexican Spec says, "Está bien, yo tampoco." I thought it said tampoco. That sounds like something. That sounds like a.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I hope
that doesn't fly out. She's frying on something. Might have springs behind it. Oh no, it didn't have springs.
Well, there's a lot of oil in there.
There's a lot of oil in there. That's a good thing to hear.
That is excellent.
So now you gotta get that snap ring back in.
I will bet you that this is clogged on the new compressor, or on the old compressor. But it's probably full of junk.
Well, that old compressor has 191,000 miles on it.
That's true. It has a lot of miles.
So it could be just.
My old.
Mexican Spec says, "Buff." I said, "Me either." Oh, me either.
Me either.
That's when he said,
he doesn't speak Spanish.
"Está bien, yo tampoco." Me either or me? Me neither. I don't know. Oh, everybody's speaking Spanish.
No, cut it out, y'all.
And then Dean Stevenson says something in English. Chocolate chip cookies. Now, you were leaving the other night. Just when we're leaving, you put in all those chocolate chip cookies. Instantly made me hungry for something I'm not supposed to be eating. And then we didn't have any chocolate chip cookies. Oh, Kim, when I went to the store today,
yeah,
there were chocolate chip cookies that were this big around.
Oh, chocolate chip cookie cake.
Yeah, but it's flat like a cookie, and then it had some decorations on it, some flowers and
chocolate
things.
chip cookie cake.
I looked at that and I thought, man, I want to get that from you. But then I thought, I don't know if you're supposed to eat that.
No.
And then I thought, and I'm going to eat some of it. I know I'm not supposed to eat it. And then I looked at it, it was $9.
Oh, yeah.
$9 for a cookie.
You can buy a lot of cookies for $9.
$9 you can buy. You can buy several packs of cookies for $9.
Yeah. You could buy the good cookies too, like the ones that come from Trio. Trio cookies. Those some good stuff.
That's the spec says Strayon. Strayon, that's one of those made-up languages from Star Trek. Hey, you know, you can go and Google Translate. I don't know if they still have it, but they used to have, what did they had some language in there from Star Trek.
Klingon?
Klingon, they had Klingon in there.
Klingon? You know what a Klingon is?
Yeah, I don't. Mark Sauvé, Lisu language. The Lisu language spoken in parts of China, Burma, Thailand, and India uses a script derived from Latin letters. Some wrote that used to represent a sound similar to the English K. Okay. Yeah, they had Klingon. I don't know. Somebody look at. I can't look at it right now, but Google Translate. They actually translated Klingon. I thought that was just like a few words in a TV show. I didn't know it was a whole language.
Yeah, they wrote a whole language because nerds.
Dean says I'm a bad human. Campo. See, I tried to cut and paste that backwards K because I thought it was a letter from some alphabet I couldn't find. It's not. It's a little picture. Man. Fun fact, Spanish has no words that use the letter W. Russians like that too. Russians come to this country and they cannot say woof. That sound does not come out of their mouth. And they really struggle with it.
What?
It's like the r in Spanish and Russian, the roll the R, like a lot of languages. A lot of Americans can't do that. Yeah, they can't do that. My Russian teacher used to lean over. He'd lean over at me and go, like that. Do that.
All right, let's see if this is the right compressor.
West of New Zealand. Louis says, I also think it's the 26th anniversary of Rugrats, all grown up.
What?
He sure likes those Rugrats. But I found out on the last one, the last show we did, he actually knew a lot about cars. And he said he had a 240C or a 260C. One of the other. D-Man says, Thrilling, yep. And that was my first day of Russian class. I was in my 20s. And the first day, the instructor gave us just conversational Russian. She never spoke English, just Russian to us. Like, my name is. She told us that a whole bunch of time, and then she's like, what is your name? You know, all in Russian. And then she gave us the alphabet. Learn this, you know. I learned it all first night. And, took it home, learned it. But once you learn it, it's just like English, you can sound out the words. Well, actually, it's easier because English got a bunch of exceptions. Russian doesn't have a lot of exceptions to the pronunciation. A few, but not many. Klingon, yeah, we know what that is, buddy. That's what Kim was referring to, and I wasn't going to explain what it was.
Language?
But now that he has, no.
God, don't say stuff like that.
He actually explained. He actually explained what it is.
Come on.
Australia is how bogans here pronounce Australia. I don't know what a bogan is, but okay. Australia, yeah, I could see how that would happen. From Australia. Luis says, yeah, I like cars and parts. Man, there's a fly walking around in here, Kim. Can't believe it. the humidity is way down in here. So we left the AC on during the day, so it's cycled on and off, and it's actually kind of pleasant in here. What is it? It's like 78 degrees and dry. Josh Holman says, good to be here. Good to have you here. Hippie Long says, Russian, a language of drunks. Slurring is part of it. Man, I've seen people drink so much and they still walk around and maintain. You can't tell they're drunk. Man. Mark Silvey says, using jack stands down there, Kim.
Stand would be good.
I am on her all the time is like that. Use jack stands. And well, one thing is she still has the tires on the car. So if it comes down a little, it isn't going to come down very far. It won't kill her. It'll just be hard to get out.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah.
Josh Holman says, I've heard that most Russians don't drink that much. Well, I spent time in Russia. What I noticed is a lot of women, especially, really hate alcohol, and then some of them don't. But the ones that really hate alcohol won't drink any of it, probably because they have drunk fathers and drunk husbands and drunk boyfriends and drunk brothers, and they really dislike it. But other than that, what I saw in Russia was people consume a lot of alcohol. Main Street, Kim, I haven't made any videos lately because I've been busy with some personal matters. Hopefully I'll be able to get back to making videos soon. Man, we know how that is.
Oh,
there
yeah.
There are times we're just like,
you know what?
We're busy,
I asked for two reasons. One, because to see if everything's okay. So it sounds like things are okay, and I'm glad you're here. That tells me things are decent. But also because some people, like, they just make videos to get to their 500, and then they give up on it. Like, and I some of it is like, so you don't want a bunch of people at a YouTuber event, and I think the reason they decided to make the 500 subscriber thing, it's like a barrier of entry. Like, it's not easy to get 500 subscribers. People think that you could just start a channel and suddenly you can get 500 subscribers, and they have no respect for the amount of effort that it really takes. And they have nothing invested. Like, they haven't put themselves out there, and they don't recognize, like, what really goes on in that.
What number was the hardest number that we had? I know it was like it took forever to get to 360 subs.
Yeah.
And then it went a little quicker, but John Wilburn was helping us by then. Had one of those events where he has us on and try to get some subs. And then it started going better and better and better. And we just, tell you what, we put in every day in the last, year, more than a year and it's probably 14 months, something like that. I think I've missed one day or maybe 2 days, but I've done a video every day, a short, and we've done some long form, and we do at least 3 lives a week.
Boy, we really.
That's how we get 6,000 subs.
We really stopped making long form content for a while. Well, that was a mistake.
Yep.
I was trying to run my channel and this channel at the same time, and do lives and do shorts and work on all these vehicles when I could, and I got overwhelmed. And it's not worth it. Like, now we basically invest everything in.
I want to say something about Kim. Kim, first I'm going to say something about me. Because all my life, I was a mechanic. Did some kind of mechanical work. I did a lot of engineering work too. But even when I was doing the engineering work, I was always hands-on. And I don't move as well as I used to. I got real problems with my left hand, and I struggle to work. Kim loves working on stuff, and she really looks forward to it. But she also likes video, so she really looks forward to that. She tries to do it all, and she really has. She runs out of whatever it takes to do it all. And I know that. Like today, she took a nap in the afternoon, slept for quite a while. But she was busy all morning.
Yeah,
She
and
was
I
busy
know
last
I ran
night.
the tractor, and I ran the tractor down around the trees on the hillside. That's the hardest, man. It's so bouncy, it like knocks the heck out of me. It's no good at all.
I saw you mowed the lower, what I call the lower 40.
Well, I left the easy stuff for you up top. I thought you'd get out there and you
What I saw was
weren't able to do it.
what I saw was a big path where you'd mowed, and I thought, oh, that's strange. And then I looked down there and saw that whole lower part is all mowed, and I thought, oh, good. Okay, so maybe tomorrow I'll go out there. I also got to call my stepmom because we were supposed to go out to eat with her. She's 91, so you know what happens is she's not as busy as we are, and so I kind of put her off for like 4 days, and I feel really bad because we've been busy, and it's like, oh man, I should be calling her. So tomorrow morning I'll probably call her, see, figure out a date we're gonna go out and eat. She wants to take us out all out to eat, so
Wow.
we got to do that. It's like, man, if you want Josh over 30,000 alcohol road deaths a year in Russia,
That's bad.
12,000 in USA, 46% of all road deaths. I was driving tow truck back in the 70s, and I was like second out. I was never the frontline guy because I had another job, but I'd be like second out at night. And a lot of times there'd be something else going on. I'd get called to an accident. So many of them. There's beer cans and bottles and wine bottles and booze just laying around right by the accident. Somebody threw it out of their car. And I think the MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, all that, and the strong enforcement of DUIs here has helped. But I can't imagine why people drink and drive with the penalties today for drinking and driving. I just can't believe people still do that. Because you get caught in the U.S., you get caught with a DUI, it messes your life all up. It's not just like a ticket. It used to be like an expensive ticket.
Yeah.
And now it's jail time and lose your job, and you can be a mess. Really ruin your life. And two of them, you really ruined your life.
Yeah, and there's people that got way more than that. It's crazy.
Man, over 30,000 alcohol road deaths a year in Russia.
That's terrible. Don't drink and drive.
That country is enormous, and their population's quite a bit less than us. So a lot of people have. Yeah, Russia's got an alcohol problem. Buddy Carfano, I'll go to lunch with your stepmother if she gets me one of those big cheeseburgers. Oh man, she took us out there. It's a place I'd never been before. It used to be a restaurant at a country club. Now it's an independent restaurant, and the country club's kind of around it. And man, that place, it isn't crazy expensive. Man, those burgers were enormous. I said, I'm not going to eat all this. I'm only eat part of it. Take the rest home. And I ate the whole thing while I was there.
Yeah, you did.
It was so good I couldn't put it down.
Fancy restaurant. You wouldn't just go there.
Tell us there's about 400 alcohol-related road life ends in Australia last year. Main Street cylinder heads are still at the machine shop. He said that they would be done last week. Now it's next week.
Oh,
yeah, that sounds about right. That's how all machine shops are now.
He
told me all of the exhaust valves were frozen, the guides. And, I didn't know how good I had it. Back in the 70s, my first radiator shop, next door to me was a crankshaft grinding company. It didn't take up a lot of space. And then next to him was the whole rest of the building was a big machine shop, and they specialized in high-performance stuff. Mostly, all the race people went there. Man, that guy was good. And if I had something for him, I'd usually get it the same day or the next day. and just perfect work, And now go to a machine shop and they're like, well, it's going to be 8 months.
Well, when's the last time you checked?
No, you did. You checked here in Clarksville.
Oh, that's the machine shop here in Clarksville. They don't even take.
They won't take work.
Yeah. They don't want to take work. Oh.
Let's see here. Tava says, I get that many in the U.S. see random roadside breath tests as a violation of rights. But almost all drivers here welcome them. You know what? Right here in Tennessee, it's normal, like on big holiday where people drink at 4th of July or New Year's. You drive through somewhere along through a busy street in Clarksville, and man, there'll be cars backed up, and you come up there, and there's police in the street, and they don't give you a breathalyzer test, but they talk to you, and they'll ask you a question. They're not looking for what you answer. They're looking for your demeanor, how you answer it. They're pretty good at picking that out. And if they're not sure, then they pull you over, and then you're suspected of having alcohol in your system. But having those checkpoints out there, that's a deterrent, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Buddy Carfon says, I see Kim got her AC hose. Did you get your?
Oh yeah. You missed it.
Oh, you sure did. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't even notice the new hoses.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking at them. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's charged up. That's the best charge of it.
Mean Street says most machine shops in my area are 6 to 8 months behind on work. This guy is fastest one around. Where out of the San Luis Obispo, when I lived there, was about, 40,000 people, something like that. We had 3 machine shops there, and then there was another one that was behind the Napa store. It was part of the Napa store, but I almost hate to call them a machine shop. They turned rotors, they turned drums, they had some machine work, but they weren't a machine shop.
This is going to make noise. I don't know how we're going to deal with this.
There were 3 machine shops that really pumped out the work. Okay, this is going to make noise.
For like 10 minutes.
It's going to make noise for 10 minutes.
We should have done this earlier.
Oh, you already got the compressor on there? Oh, no, what are you doing? Oh, no, you're pulling charge down.
I'm going to pump this machine down.
Okay, we're going to have some noise. So I'll try to talk over the noise. We'll see how this works. Everyone says shops in my area do more heads than boards. More Japanese work for them now. Houses with 80% of that land mass completely useless apart from digging up stuff. Have you ever been out to Alice Springs? I don't know. I'm a desert rat, So I look at Australia, I go, oh, look at all this beauty, all this desert. And I just wonder what it's really like. It's a shop noise. Shop noise is normal, says Buddy Carafano. Can everybody hear that? I'm going to be quiet for a second, see if you can hear it. It doesn't show up on the mic, which means it might be canceling, but when I'm talking, they might be able to hear it in the background. Yeah, we have noise canceling mics. Here's the thing about noise canceling mics. If there's noise, and that's all, it'll cancel it. But if I'm talking, I think I break through the noise canceling, and then you hear the noise in the background. So I'm just curious about that. Bruce Culchin, I have almost my own machine shop. Oh yeah, but he retracted that because he typoed it, but I know what he meant. No sound if you don't talk, only when you talk. Yeah, okay, that's what I assumed. I guessed that. But that's okay, I guess. As long as you can understand me. I mean, it's shop noise. Keep it on Campo, go stop and grab a few icebergs. Pull them back to Australia. Campo, I haven't been to Alice myself. But the common advice is only stop as long as absolutely necessary on your way through. Really, I don't know how big it is. I've looked around there on Google Maps, you know, Street View and stuff. I don't remember what I saw, and I don't know. It looks like one of those places just be fun to drive across from one side of Australia to the other. There's all the desert, you know, and I just love the desert. Don't know why, I just do. The only thing about Australia, I'd have to drive on the wrong damn side of the road. I got used to it in England for a while, but it was still, I had to think all the time. And if something weird happened, I had to consciously go to the left, not to the right. So what's happening, Jim? Are you getting some?
Yeah, I got 0.75 pounds in the refrigerator. It's a small system, I guess.
Bruce Culchin, I think today, see, there's something I did today that I normally don't do. I saw Scotty Kilmer was live. He's just gone live. And hardly anybody in there, so I popped in. And the chat was already, yeah, he had 200-300 people in there, and within a few minutes he had 600-700. But I saw your name go through there. And of course, he can't even begin to answer all the questions. He answers like one in every 500.
Yeah,
and then I
charged only 18 ounces for refrigerator.
And then I bailed out of Kilmer, Scotty Kilmer. Okay, what'd you say?
The factory charge on this is only 18 ounces.
Really?
Look how small it's compressor.
See, before you bought the stuff for my car, that's what I want to do is convert to one of these new systems. But I'm glad you did what you did because those things, you know, now it's all stock and those compressors really work. Email says Commonwealth countries drive on the right. Commonwealth countries drive on the right. Commonwealth, you're talking about British ones? They drive on the right side of the car and the left side of the street. Is that what you're talking about? There's a guy I watched that's in Thailand, and man, his car, yeah, Thailand, same thing. They all drive on the right-hand drive, wrong-hand road, you know. And he's from Russia, and so he learned to drive just like in the U.S. on the right side of the road, but he just drives like normal. But he met this UK, Australia, New Zealand. Yeah, I spent time in the UK, drove around there, so. Yeah, you drive on the right side, on the right-hand drive side of the car, left-hand side of the street. What I did like in the UK is the roads are kind of narrow. I guess there's narrow roads here too, but they mow on either side of the road. But there's stuff that grows really high, and you'll go around just a gentle curve, and you don't see cars coming until the last second, and a car goes whizzing by. You can't see across the curve like here. I didn't really ever notice it here because they mow, you know. In England, they didn't mow anything. Let's see, Silas says, I have been across the Neller more interesting for the first hour or so. I'm not sure what that is. The important says flat, straight, nothingness. Most towns along there rely on desalinated seawater. Jeez.
Yeah.
It works. What are the speed limits going across the outback? Oh, this is my hearing's pretty jacked up from cicadas, tree frogs, and compressors of our own. Try to be back a little later. Yeah, well, Kim just shut that machine off. So.
Nobody else is complaining about sound, so I think it's I don't know why.
Well, did it take the stuff out?
Yeah, I got a 0.8 pounds.
0.8.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You're never going to get 100% recovery, especially with a machine that's sold.
Hippie Long says the roaring silence.
And it does appear to be become a little bit of a vacuum on it. I'm not going to, pull
So it
away.
did pull a little vacuum on it.
It does. It does that, and then you wait, and it actually will come back up.
Oh, because it equalizes.
Oh man, this bottom hose is frozen.
Oh, that's from, there's liquid down there and you just evaporated it all.
This jar. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
See, you know it worked.
I mean, I know it worked because the gauge was on there.
I can't believe you bought that as cheap as you did and then fixed it. I figured the night we got it and plugged it in,
That'd be the last of it.
that was the end. When you left the smoke out of it, I figured that was the end of it.
Aha! I'm not a complete idiot. I'm only partial idiot.
You got a lot of comments on that video. It's like, everybody liked that you were.
A lot of
Fix that.
encouraging people. Thank you,
Yeah.
everyone. It's really cool. So many of you are so supportive. Shoot. Now I gotta figure out how the heck. Where's the fully tensioner thing? Is there a belt routing diagram?
I don't remember. It's been, when did I buy that? 2022? Probably, yeah, late 2021, early 2022. Don't remember. And right away I had to put an alternator and a power steering pump on it. And I don't remember what made the belt tight. I'm sure I knew then.
Oh, I'm sure it's got a tensioner on it somewhere.
So my AC compressor seized on my 2010 Caravan. Wondering if I should replace it. I only paid $2,000 for the van a few months ago. So I paid $1,000 for this, and it was broken when I got it. It had some horrible noise, but I knew it was coming from a belt-driven accessory. I just didn't know which one. So I had it towed home, and it turned out to be the alternator. I couldn't believe. I really didn't think it was the alternator because it was still charging a battery. Man, it sounded like somebody put a handful of marbles in a food processor. I mean, it was horrible noise. So put a compressor or a alternator on it. Then it got quiet, but still the steering was something was wrong with it. And I ended up putting a compressor, or not a compressor. I keep saying compressor. I ended up putting a power steering pump on it. So we've actually had to do some maintenance to this thing. And if you had to take this to a shop and get all that maintenance done, people would probably be pissed by now. But because we're doing this stuff ourselves, it is, not that much money. We still don't have $2,000 in this. I don't know. With that compressor, you may have $2,000 in it.
It was about $118 with tax.
Yeah, we're probably getting up to 2,000 total in that Jeep. I've had it for 4 years.
It was the cheapest way to go.
G-Man says, Buff, what was your first car you owned? It was a 1964 Ford Galaxy with a 289 in it, and I had it for a while, and then I put a 351 Windsor in it. And then I rebuilt the Windsor, and then it was pretty quick after that. It was just a nice running street Windsor, Hippie Long says, first was the Conestoga wagon. That's what the Studebaker brothers made all their money on. That was long before. That was 100 years before I was born. It actually was 100 years before I was born. And D-Man also wants to ask, Kim, what was your first car?
My first car was an 83-ish Volkswagen Rabbit. My brother, I inherited it from my brother.
Can you hear that? 83-ish Rabbit she inherited from her brother in Pittsburgh. So you can imagine it was probably a little rusty.
It wasn't so bad.
It wasn't so bad.
it needed a water pump. That was the big thing, and you know, I was young. I didn't know how to. I was gonna do a water pump, but I never got around to it. I was on to something else before I ever got around to it.
And then Raw Dog's here. Good evening. And then Mark Sauvé says, I can't. Oh, he's responding to Hippie Long. Oh, because Hippie Long had said 20 minutes at a junkyard, responding to something else. And Mark Sauvé says, I can't anymore. I was diagnosed in March with, oh man, I can't, here's words I can't pronounce. Myasthenia gravis, a rare disease that attacks the receptors between the nerves and the muscles, so no strength anymore. Oh man, I have very little strength in my left hand. Most of it was after a bad crash last year, after No Name Nationals, and I had neck injury and stuff. Went to physical therapy for quite a while until the money ran out, and it really helped. It probably doubled the strength of my. It did. It almost doubled the strength of this hand, but still, I can't do much with it. And this hand shakes pretty badly. So I don't know. I hope it's not real bad. I hope you're still able to do some things. But I'm always calling Kim over to.
That sounds like a pretty rough whatever.
Sounds bad. Yeah, I'm always calling Kim over to help with loosen up bolts and stuff.
Hey, I need a wrench, maybe about 15 millimeter, I want to guess.
What's this, Mark? Oh,
You
D-Man
can get it
says,
for me?
yeah, I will. 20 feet long or long too. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. Okay, I gotta go. Oh, boat anchors here, everything. Hey, I'll be right back. What do you need, Kim?
I think a 15 millimeter wrench.
15.
Maybe. Give me the metric set.
The
The
whole
metric
set.
tray.
Hang on, there's stuff in front of it.
It's no smaller than 14, but it might be 16.
Well, I'll get you the big metric. And then if that's not good, I'll get you the 14.
Can you give me a wrench?
Well, you told me to get the tray. I got you
Right
the
on
tray.
the back. Help me out.
Okay, I gotta dig it out. And Mark Sauvé, it was first misdiagnosed as a stroke. Oh man. Mexican Fix says points are tripled without Kim and Bob. Hey.
Hey, when I had a broken back, they told me that I was just lazy and I needed to get more exercise. I just about.
Kim told me that story. She couldn't even walk. She couldn't even sit in a chair in front of her computer. And
Bigger.
Okay, I'm gonna get you a couple. That's a 15. Here's a 16 and a 17. So she finally got to a doctor, like after several of them, that seemed to give a shit. It took a while to get in there, and she had to get some imagery, and then it still took a while. And he got in there, he took a look at the imagery, and he goes, "Oh, you have a broken back." They like scheduling surgery, like what, same day or next day?
No, it took a long time.
It took a long time. So, yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were like.
All of a sudden, they got somebody that wasn't just telling her to get more exercise and giving her pain medication. It's like, oh, there really is a problem.
It was never gonna heal. It was really
not gonna heal. D-Man, I got that town car for $400 from a junkyard with no floors. D-Man, they gave me. I said, let's see, where is this? I think he said it was some kind of a Lincoln, a town car or something. Man.
Oh.
So Mark,
Ow! Wow!
Kim dropped something.
Man, that hurt.
So, are you able to do anything like with cars, or do you have a car, or can you drive? And what is this that Luis is saying? Luis saying it's finally here, everyone. Tomorrow we're going to see the bad guys too. Mr. Wolf, anyone? Will Smith?
What size is six?
Diane Foxington, anyone? I don't know who that is. Okay, what, Kim?
I don't know.
Just, I'm sorry, I'm talking over.
Don't worry about it. Just well.
Oh, tell me what size you need or whatever. I'll try to help. They can wait. Long now she dusts his body's up and triumphs. Oh, the Spitfire. You know what? She's good for that for about one or two. She's got to balance the parts. She can't just pick it up. But then she's done for the day. She's hurting after that.
After what?
You start taking bodies off cars. That wears her out so fast. Alice says, I guess I'm in pretty good condition. Lower back compression, injury, both shoulders, can't reach above my head for 2 minutes. Dodgy hip and extreme headaches. Docs can't explain. All good here. Isn't age fun?
No.
I got stuff wrong and I try to blast through it, but I don't.
Have these?
Here. Mark Sauvé, I can drive. I have 2 drag cars. I don't think I can race anymore. The heat really gets me with this as well.
Oh, maybe, Mark, maybe they'll come up with some kind of treatment for it. There's a couple of diseases that they flat out cured. Maybe you'll hang on. It's not easy.
D-Man
Just
says he's in New Hampshire, USA.
that wrench fell
one
off
hot
what I was working on, dropped right on my teeth. Man, that hurts.
70 Toronto. So is it a Tornado or is it a Torino?
To Toronto.
That's a Canadian car.
Toronto.
Mexican says, D-Man, you drove the whole province. Mark Sauvé says there's no cure but treatable with meds. Lots of meds.
Oh, they'll always find meds.
D-Man says Toronto. Toronto. Wait a minute. I had one hot rod. 72 Toronto that I crashed. Is that where you live? I never heard of a car like that. Probably spell checked. Yeah, Tornado. D-Man says autocorrect stinks. Yeah, I've been through a couple of pretty rough ones with autocorrect. Next that says a Tornado cannot be called the hot rod. Well, I'm still not sure if it's a Tornado or a Torino. I had a 72 Torino for a while. It was a wagon with a 429 in it. And it was a slug when I first got it. And then I did a lot of work with the engine. And then for a big old heavy station wagon, it'd go a lot faster than you wanted to go in a big heavy station wagon. Because you turn the steering wheel, it just kind of pivot in the middle like this. Scary. It just kind of guided down the road. He says it was a Tornado, and then he retracted it. Lee said, I wish I was going to Canada one day.
Well, dream. Canada's not.
I've been to Canada. I was in Where all have I been in Canada? British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. I think that's it. And Ontario is just across by Niagara Falls. Been over there a couple of times. Mexicans fixes. I don't think a 72 to 76 Torino can be called a hot rod either. Hey, here's a guy. Who's the guy at No Name Nationals has 72 Torino, 429. It's pretty fast. Now he's got his stickers on the car, I think. He's right across from us. DF Repair, welcome. David here from Alberta, Canada. Hey, we got people here from Canada. D-Man had a 351, almost died in it, and got all big luxury cars after that. It's a 351. Okay, so it's probably a Torino.
Is there a 13 millimeter
I will go look. You're talking about like a box end that's a ratchet?
Yeah, I think maybe.
I think I have one of those here.
It sucks. It's just like in a bad.
Here's a 13, like you asked for. I'll stick around to make sure it's really a 13. Or do you know?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Bruce Culture says, I'm also from Alberta. You know where I went in Alberta was I went to, well, I was up in British Columbia and I was in a place called Kamloops. And then I was doing some flying there. And then I went over to, with a Canadian pilot, because I could fly legally in Canada. And then I went over to Alberta, and we went up to a place called Jasper. I was up there for a while, and then drove back down into the U.S. And we kind of took our time driving down there and stopped and saw a few things, including a big 4-engine airplane along the side of the road, very southern part of Canada. I forget exactly where that was. Like Garfano, Starsky and Hutch. Torino was a hot rod, I guess. It was a movie car anyway. DF Repair, 351 Cleveland was one of Ford's best engines in the early 70s. Yeah, I had a friend that built a 351 Cleveland. It was an early Cleveland, so the compression was like 11.5 to 1 or something. And he had it in a 57 Ford two-door wagon, and that thing was fast. Slimo, turning in from across the ditch. Australia, Slimo's here. Welcome. Tuning in from across the ditch. Australia, that's where he is.
Welcome in. Thanks everybody for being here. We're in the shop this week, this day, tonight. That's what I meant to say, tonight.
DF Repair says Jasper burned last year. Didn't know that. You know, somewhere up there, what I really went to up in that area, there's one of these lifts that goes up, hangs on cables, goes up on top of a mountain. And I don't remember the name of this place. It was up there, and you could see like everywhere from up there. It was a touristy kind of thing to do, but it was fun. It'd be long. I was bummed when I visited Canada and didn't get a stamp in my passport.
I need a 13 millimeter ratchet.
I handed you one.
Ratchet?
A different kind of ratchet?
Not a wrench or ratchet.
Okay. Bruce Coulter said that airplane was in Nanton. DF Repair 229 in intake valve. I got to get Ken to it. You're looking for like a ratchet handle with a socket.
Yeah, and a short extension. This tight.
I want a ratchet handle. Don't care.
Yeah, it won't matter.
Okay, it's gonna be right here. The metric side's kind of messy. You care what the drive is?
I don't think it's not going to be under a ton of stress.
I can't hear you. What?
It shouldn't matter. It's not going to be under a ton of stress.
Okay. Trying to find that short extension. Here.
Thank you. Should do it.
Okay, let's see, where are we here? If you want, I like 70 and 71 Torinos, Falcon bodies. Let's see, big parts or small parts. Let's see, if you want B2 with the covered headlights. Luis says, I see you there. D-Man, my brother had a sleeper Granada with a hot 302. Pitt's here. Pit Snipe. Hey, how you doing? Survive and inspect. Everything that I've driven to shop has died there. 4 trucks down.
Hey, aim the camera over a little bit so they can see the Jeep. And make sure you keep yourself in.
Okay, Kim's under that Jeep working.
And then you got to.
But I'm barely in here, so I'm going to have to move the camera.
You have to scooch over.
I know, but it's just, you know how this chair rolls right here, and it's hard to keep it where it is. Oh, it looks like we had ads, because Buddy Car Pound says Royal Kingdom ad phone game. I think Kim would give you 2 points if she wasn't under the car.
Yeah, I would, but I'm under here, so you're going to have to do it.
So I'm losing track of the chat. I'm sorry, everybody.
Why are you losing track of the chat?
I don't know, because I got up and got back, and then I answered something, and the chair was sliding. I don't know. I just... Mark Sylvain says, my second car was a 73 Mustang Grande with a 351 Cleveland 2-barrel automatic. Hit Miss Kim, Mr. Buff. Salutations.
Who was that?
Pit Snipe.
Oh,
Pit
yeah,
Snipe
yeah.
Buster. Dean
Did you tell Pitt what we're doing?
I haven't told anybody in the last... A lot of people have come in since you got under there. Kim's under there putting an air conditioning compressor on that Jeep. She's waving with her foot. She took her new machine. It's not new. It's new to her, and she fixed it. And she pulled the refrigerant out of the Jeep, and now she's under there removing the old compressor, and she's got a new compressor.
I think it's free. Free meaning.
It says, my forearms look like I fought off a stabbing. Marks says that Mustang of mine was a dog. What year was it? 73 or 70? I don't know where it is. Where was it? I missed it. Yeah, they're gonna have a little compression in those years, but you could make that fast. But, you know, they're not really fast the way they are, but they're reliable. This night says I'm gonna whoop some truck ass tomorrow. Stray Bullets here. I'm late because I had to go feed my little restaurant dumpster kitties. D-Man's laughing because you're Kim Footwave. Mexican Spec says first 50. I think this is a Cougar he's talking about. First 50 miles an hour, second 80 miles an hour, third probably means the rest. I don't know. I drove it from Vegas up to Oregon. It was a great ride. Hippie long, I have a 72 Maverick sitting there waiting for a 302. Oh, that would be fun. Mark Sylvain says, you changed in the dryer as well, Kim? We weren't planning on it. See, I had this system serviced, I don't know, not too long ago, but on a shop. I was up in Maryland, and I had it serviced in a shop up there, but the compressor just wasn't doing the job. So that's why I put a compressor in it. So I don't know. If it needs it, I guess we can pull the system back down. We're not going to just dump it. She's got a machine that pulls it down.
We're trying to just get it going cheap because it's an older vehicle that we want it to be in service again, you know. But maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky in this. It'll only cost us $100 to get this thing going again.
Bruce Colton said Dean Stevenson, the M code was 300 horsepower. And that one my friend had put in a 57 Ford, that thing I think was listed originally as 330 horsepower. I think it was out of a 71 Torino. It's actually, I think it was out of a 71 Ranchero. And it had 11 and a half to 1 compression from the factory. Then I don't remember what he did to it. He put a manifold and some other things, different carb. But that station wagon, that 57 Ford wagon would fly. It had, and those wagons originally with the automatics had 356 gears in the rear end. So it had 356s plus a C6 automatic and that 351 Cleveland. Man, it was a quick car for the street, you know. Mark Sylvain paid too much. Car was 13 years old and driven in eastern Canadian winters, so it was pooched. And on security guard salary, I couldn't afford it to modify it. Luis is waiting for the bad guys too. He sure likes the movies. And I never go to movies. Dirt Road Landings here. Hi, everyone. Oh, I really enjoyed your last video about the transcoolers. Thank you. How's Kimmy doing? Kimmy's on the floor. She's, I guess she's doing okay for somebody laying on a concrete floor.
Concrete floor.
She's down there putting an air conditioning compressor on the Jeep.
It's getting really dirty. I'm getting technically, everything else is getting cleaner because I'm absorbing it. Absorbing quite a bit.
And Dean Stevenson says, not 71 model year. It lost compression and had distro back, ignition, anti-advance. See, I used that word in a title one time, and I had like 2 or 3 views because I guess
Can't say that.
YouTube didn't like that word. YouTube didn't like that word. That was a bad word. Forbidden word on YouTube. But this far into the chat, I'm not worried about it. That had a buddy. Oh, that's scrolling by so fast I couldn't see it. Where'd it go? Man, that went from the bottom to the top of the page in about a second. It says I had a buddy in high school with a 72 Mach 1, silver and black. Badass Cleveland. Good, Orlando. Glad to hear. I'm doing great. Well, that's good. It says Kim's role playing as the Jeep proctologist. No, she's on the front end of it.
Where's your headache, cop?
She's a dentist here. The other end would be the proctologist. Mowat Brittany.
Jeep is fighting me tonight. The Jeep, you know what? I said such nice things about how it's easy to work on this Jeep and stuff, and now it's...
Somebody new here? Mowat Brittany. Do you know much about carburetors? Sometimes we do.
Too much, but only about certain ones. There's lots of different carburetors.
Yeah, which ones? Yeah, Kim's been into a lot of them. I have been, but it's been a long time.
I've been into about 4 or 5 different models. So if it's general, that's different than if you've got a specific model question that might be.
Yeah, Mexican Spec says, did you see Tony put out the same video again? Yeah, I watched like the first
Which one?
2 minutes and I just checked out of it. I wasn't going to watch that twice.
What video?
The one he had the big rant about Dodge and the...
Oh, he must have had to change it. That's probably why.
Oh, maybe he changed something in it.
Yeah, he probably had to change
Oh,
it.
maybe the Stellantis attorneys came after him.
Maybe.
Okay, Brittany, I got a carburetor 69 GMC C10. For some reason, fuel goes back down fuel line after sitting overnight. Oh.
That usually means...
See, I have that same problem with the Mercury. T-Man says, nothing beats a heap. A heap? Is that what we have? A heap? Hippie Long, I don't watch Tony. I get bored anymore. Well, Brittany, I changed spark plug fuel filter. Got a fuel problem. It says fuel's draining back down the...
So it could be, do you have a leak?
Yeah, that's...
What year is the C10?
I can scroll back up and see.
This one, just looking for the year. 69.
69 GMC. Mexican specs are going back down or evaporating.
Right. Those are questions. Is it boiling over? Does it only do it if you run it till it's hot? Or does it do it without regard to how long you've warmed the engine? Because it could be...
Also change the fuel pump. No leaks.
Just change the fuel.
Street Bullet says, Chrysler probably sent Tony a cease and desist letter. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe Stellantis attorneys came after him.
Maybe he didn't like what he said in some place and decided that he should back away.
Mexican Spec says, no, YouTube had no problem with the video, but because the bad word was used, rake over AdSense, didn't put any ads on it, so he made 0 on it. He said it was the first time. Oh, he said something, he used a word, and AdSense caught it, so he didn't make any money on it. Yeah, and that's important to him because that's their sole source of income is YouTube, and that's why he does so many videos and they're long. And, it's serious business for him. What am I pronouncing that out? What? Brittany. When it's hot, it works. Mechanical fuel pump. It's like Tony reminds me of our regulars at the Napa that I grew up in. They sit on their stools and eat popcorn and drink all the coffee for most of the day. Well, I know Tony fairly well, and Tony doesn't work on his videos. He talks about stuff that he does, and the guy's got so much experience. Lately, he has worked a little bit. I mean, we were down, Kim and I were down there, and so was Dr. Art, and we tore that engine down in one evening, and Tony was right in there. But mostly, Tony doesn't want to work on videos. He wants to talk on the videos. And the guy's full of a lot of knowledge, you know.
Yeah.
He was one of the guys that works on a top fuel dragster, tears the engine out and puts it back together between runs. He was one of those guys.
I did not know they did
So
that.
so he is he's pretty good mechanic. Turo says, Buff, I have a question. This pertains to airplanes and avgas. Maybe you might clarify it. Why was lead used in gas, and how come there's aviation gas low lead? Okay, the problem with aviation fuel, well, it's they used lead in all fuel from just before World War II till now, and it's because that's how they got the octane level higher, I think. But the thing with aviation fuel is it's a little different than auto fuel because it has to work at high altitude, and high altitude, like auto fuel, evaporates up there. Parts of it evaporate, so it becomes something else. So whatever additives they use and everything else, it has to work for aviation. And then there's a certification. So to get anything changed, it has to go through a certification process. And nothing happens fast with aviation unless you're in the experimental aircraft stuff, and then things happen as fast as you want it to happen. So, but if you're going to sell anything, man, it's a big old, it's a tremendous thing to change all this stuff. What, Brittany, is the carburetor supposed to use pump gas in the carburetor when the car is off and you push the throttle? It doesn't spray unless the car is on. What?
She's saying it has an accelerator pump when the car is not on. And no, that's an indication of a problem. You really probably ought to take the carburetor off and do
Yeah, what kind of
get
carburetor?
a rebuild kit that matches the carburetor for the car or for the truck. Get a rebuild kit and then take it off and take it apart gently. And it probably has a sunk float or some garbage like that. Probably worse than you think.
Well, Brittany, do mechanical fuel pumps fail? Yes, they do.
Oh yeah.
And those ones, I'm assuming it's a small block Chevy, might be a 6. Small block Chevys, there's a diaphragm in there, and when that diaphragm, usually that's what goes bad, is the diaphragm goes bad. Fuel leaks into the side where it's not supposed to have fuel, and there's a little vent hole there, and fuel starts to spray out that vent hole. So that could be it. Then there's a couple of one-way valves in there. That could be bad. Yeah, Durwood Landing, nothing fast or inexpensive. You're not kidding. Yeah, they fail all the time. They're bad out of the box sometimes. That's why Mexican spec says. Yeah, and that's typical of parts now. A lot of parts are bad out of the box now.
Can be, yeah.
Which back in the day, it wasn't like that.
Can go back.
Yeah, there's a whole push right now to get unleaded aviation fuel, and there's one company making an aviation fuel that they're calling it 100. I forget what the letters are after it, like 100 no lead or something. I don't remember what they're calling it. But now there's some problem with that, and I don't remember what the problem was. But they've been selling it for a while, but something's happening that's undesirable. So they got to work on that. Let's see, electric fuel pumps die faster though. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I've had good ones, I've had bad ones. I had an '87 Corvette with in the tank electric pump. I had 3 bad ones right in a row. You know, like in 6 months I replaced 4 fuel pumps. Well, the last one kept working, so I don't know.
Because it's new doesn't mean it's anything. That's what it comes down to.
It says I've been, I've been battling an old man that loves throwing the wrong electric fuel pump on instead of fixing the mechanical and blowing needles off their seats. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that.
Well, the mechanical ones, if they're selected wrong, will do it too. Mechanical fuel pumps. Not all mechanical fuel pumps are created equal. What?
But he got ones that's got warped rotors out of the box. DF repair. DF repair. New means never ever worked. That's right. If it's brand new, it's never been used before. Pitt says, that's a fact, Kim. What did you say?
I said that
She's kind of thinking about what she's doing under there, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
I said that a lot of the fuel pumps will throw bad pressure at carburetors. They don't always have the right pressure. Real problem. You buy the right, you buy what you think is right, but then
It says I threw electric on my 68 forklift with flathead Continental. Sometimes I cheat. And a forklift with a flathead Continental. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. When I was in the Air Force in 1973, the forklift we had around the shop, we had two of these vehicles. We had a forklift and we had a little tug that just like a one-man tractor you can pull trailers around with. And both of them had slant sixes in them.
yeah, slant sixes are used as a
Yeah, and that was in 1973 and 1974.
really common choice for an industrial engine. Low compression, very workhorse, cheap, super cheap.
You're talking about which side they drive on. And Japan is one of the ones that's right-hand drive. And Hippie Wong says Japanese needed to keep the sword side open. That's why they drive on the right, is because that's where the sword is.
That's where the sword is. I don't believe. I think you're talking great.
It says those little Connies went in a lot of tugs. Yeah, I don't know why. I knew a lot of them had the flatheads in them, but the two we had the slant sixes in them. Oh, Barry Kuda's here. Hey, how you doing? Another right-hand driver. Got a lot of right-hand. Hey, didn't Canada used to be right-hand drive like before World War II or something? It seemed to me that I'd read, or maybe it was my father maybe told me that going into Canada you had to swap over to the other side of the road. My father would have been driving World War II era. Oh, rain stops cicada for a little while. Yeah, this is a bad year for it, isn't it? I got to get a cough drop. My throat's killing me. Stray Bullet says Canada was driving on the left. Yeah, they are now. Oh no, they're driving on the right now. But I think maybe at one time they were backwards. Dr. Go, can't stay tonight, but thank you, Buff and Kim, for Buff's educational short videos. Crazy how much I learned from you two. Really? Well, thanks. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with me since I never knew much. You got a pretty nice car. Dr. Go is the guy that took me down a drag strip. First time I ever went down a drag strip. The only time I've ever been down a drag
He's
strip.
got a bunch of cool stuff coming out. He's been at a bunch of events. I haven't seen his videos come yet, but if they haven't come out yet, they're on their way. Keep your eyes open. If you guys aren't subscribed, you should check them out.
Stray Bullet says they finally came to their senses.
Tell your wife I said hello, Dr. Mr. Go. Looking forward to seeing you again this year. Going to No Name Nationals for sure.
Mexican Spec says something here that's all confusing. That is right. That is right. Canada is the only UK-owned, they don't own it, UK-owned country that is left-hand drive, right? Right, left, right, left, right. Canada's independent since they had that red and white flag. Although they do have something, because still subject to the king. I really don't know, but I know they are independent.
Okay, I got you a short.
You got me a short.
Yep, but we're gonna have to do it with a different camera.
Oh, it says, well, they aren't UK owned. I think they were always on the same side for all practical purposes because of railroads. Yeah.
Or at least we're gonna try.
The car park yesterday, it was sunny and 96 degrees. Right now it is rain and 56. 40-degree drop in one day. Wow. Yeah, Stray Bullet Canada is independent. Yeah, see, I remember. Oh, dirt road landing. My throat's really killing me, and I put a cough drop in.
No, you gotta look at.
Oh, there's a medication I take, and it's for blood pressure. And one of the things it does is it dries my throat. And then I start having a hard time, and I start coughing. It's a side effect, but it works well. So I talked to the doctor about it. We decided not to change the medication. I just take a cough drop once in a while. Deal with it. D-Man, nice full keyboard now. I can type. I hate phone keyboard. Yeah, me too. X and Spec. Why didn't they drive on the UK side when they're controlled by them? Yeah, it was. I think they were right. I think they were driving on the left side of the road. Like, I'm talking about like before World War II, not anything recent. Of course, nobody in here is going to know that unless they're like Canadian and they know the history. You know. I suspect I've never seen a Canadian car with steering wheel on the wrong side, even very old ones. You know, and that's possible. I was a little kid, I think, when my father told me that. So I'm looking at what Kim gave me here. Oh, that's an interesting thing. And we had a socket for it?
Yeah.
See that socket? It fits this. And we had to. Oh, we have AI to ask. I'm sure they'll get it right.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I looked up something today. I really needed the answer, and it went to AI, and they're just full of it. It was dead wrong, and I knew it. And I'm trying to remember what it was now, but I was just having a hard time.
I remember the wrong answer.
I was having a hard time.
The thing is, it gives you wrong answers with such authority. It doesn't say not really sure. It says This is the answer.
D-Man says, Buck, some provinces initially drove on the left, but switched to the right to align with the United States. I suspect, yes, parts of Canada did drive on the left side of the road until the early 20th century. See, and it's my father that knew it. My father would learn to drive, like just before World War II. So he knew it for some reason. Specifically, British Columbia, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island switched to right-hand traffic between 1920 and 1924. Okay, so he never drove there then, obviously, because he was born in 26. So, but he must have known it for some reason and told me that. Some people here don't like licorice. Oh, licorice for me. Hell no. Buck probably likes it. What's that? Licorice? Take it or leave it. When we were kids, we used to get these big long pieces of licorice because we were kids. Eat it. Big rubbery, ropey like thing that kids would like to eat. Okay, Tim, I don't know what I'm doing here. I've got this thing in my hand. Now I'm dirty. What's this? Dean Stevens, yes, DRL. DRL, daytime running lights. Oh, Mexican spec, red, yes, black, no way. Really?
Okay. What's the size on it? Is it an E8, E7?
I will have to look. E8. Okay, these things that look like kind of like a Torx, but they're backwards, they're internal. It's an E8. What does that mean? I've got them. I just don't know what it means.
It's an E8. It is a...
Oh, DRL is dirt road landing, not daytime running lamps.
It's a star socket.
It's a star socket.
Yep. Not a star bit, star socket.
Okay.
So it's the opposite of a star.
Yeah,
bit.
and it's a little different. It's not the same as a. It's not the same. It's not really a backwards Torx. It just
wait.
kind of looks like it, but it isn't.
Yeah, it's not a Torx. It's a star.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Right? So it is the reverse of a T40.
Yeah, but a T40, I think it's a little different shaped thing. It does fit, but it fits loosely. But I think they are actually, yeah, the T40 fits in there, but it's like kind of loose. Whereas that bolt fits in there, it's nice. You know what I mean?
I want you to think about this for a few minutes.
Okay.
How you want to do it?
So we can do a short on it.
Right, because I have to put it in. So we can't do it after because I have to use it up.
Okay.
And I want you to have the example.
Okay.
I've got the camera that I can zoom in on you, so I can really get a nice close up on it in the short.
Okay. So now I need I want some help from the people in the chat. The difference between, Tavo says, it's odd because they call them e-torque sockets down here. Because I know they're different, although they're almost interchangeable, but I know they're different. Oh, I'm going to whack this fly. He's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
And every time he's got like some kind of disease because he's all wiggly and everything. I go to whack him, he still gets away. They're all talking about different kinds of licorice and hard candies. And
They're eating candy. They're hungry.
I know.
Are you guys feeling snacky?
And I want to know the difference between a Torx and a.
You talk about work. They're having fun.
Well, I know they're similar, but I can see
Well, I remember.
I can
being
see
20.
it's a different thing. I had to buy a set to change the flywheel on the transit van.
Ford transit van. So Ford uses them, Jeep uses them. I remember Ford used a bunch of cruddy stuff. I remember Jeep had all this stuff that I didn't use in GM vehicles.
It's nice. It's e-torque internal Torx Plus, right? Oh, Torx Plus. See, I've forgotten about that. D-Man says, I always call them star bits. Yeah, we were going to do a little short on what the difference. But I don't, rather than sitting here going, no, I don't really know the difference, but I know they're different, which I could.
You could do some research, but you could just
I have to do the research, then you're going to put this in there, and I'm never going to see it again.
Right. I don't know. Say, ask people, have you ever seen this before? These studs.
Oh, yeah, that'll get some comments. Okay, I know what to do. Here, where's mine?
You got to do it with my thing.
I don't want to do it yet.
I want to be able to zoom in.
How we going to do shorts with your camera?
I got to zoom in so you can see the door.
Oh, just
all right,
just do this because
then
as a short, that means you got to go do a bunch of editing and bullshit. I don't want to do it. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to say that word.
Bullshit. No, let's say bullshit.
The spammers. Some guy has an urgent warning for me. No, I just blocked his number.
Quit looking at your phone.
I blocked
You're in the stream.
I blocked this number. Well, no, I'm trying to set up for a short.
Right, and don't even look at that stuff.
So I got rid of it.
Check your email while we're trying to do a short.
Him scold me for throwing away some jerk while we're on the screen.
Oh, Mitch. Stupid bugs. He's fighting.
Dirt road landing. Look at this. Oh, and then there's the one with the security. Yeah, the one with the little pin in the middle. Okay. I've got to pay attention to this for a second. Oh, this chair keeps like, shooting this way.
What do you
this
want to do?
concrete's starting to tilt a little.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I thought we were going to do a short.
I know, but you're talking about the.
I know. I'm just running my mouth.
It?
I'm just running my mouth.
I know.
I'm reading that too.
All right. You ready to try something? I don't know. We could do it more than once if it's terrible. Go.
Well, Del Campo here. Just ran into something. I've run into it before, but ran into it again. It's this, which is, I guess people call it a star. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It fits an E8. Fits it perfectly. But then there's also a Torx, which is a T40. And if you take that Torx and you fit it in there, it fits, but it's kind of loose because it's not exactly the same thing. So, who knows the difference? What's the difference between a star and a Torx? I don't know exactly. I know they're different. Let me see.
Do it again.
Oh, geez.
Say your name.
Okay.
And ask the question right away. Just
okay.
Have you seen this before?
Okay.
Show them the stud.
Okay.
And
I know what to do.
You got it. Ready? Go.
Del Campo here. Hey, have you seen this before? There's a Torx. There's another thing called a star. People call them a star. I don't know what the real name is. They look similar, but they are a different shape. This one is an E8. fits this thing really well, the Star. The Torx fits in here too, but it's loose and sloppy, but they're similar. So what's the difference? I botched that up, didn't I?
Well, you were looking.
I know. Okay, so let's do it again.
I wanted to see in there, but I couldn't get it.
Del Campo here. I just got a question for everybody. What's the difference between a Star wrench and a Torx? They look very similar. The Star fits in the socket. The E8 very tight, nice. The Torx fits in there too, but it's loose and sloppy. But they're very similar. So what? So what's the difference? I'm like ready to end it, and you got the camera down here in the wood.
Del Campo, have you seen this before? Ready, set.
Del Campo here. Have you seen this before? I think this is called a Star, and this is a Torx. I know that. The Star fits in this, an E8, very tightly. Very nice, it fits in there. But the, Jesus, what am I doing wrong?
I want to see in there. I want to see this.
Okay, well, I'm showing that it fits tightly.
I know,
Okay.
but I want to see this, and you're just
really hard to do.
You're going
It's like I'm trying to put it up in front of my face so you can not be pointing the camera.
But I want to see this, and
Okay.
you're hiding it from me. He's killing me. He's mad at me. He's mad at me because I want to see it. I'm you. I'm you. And I want to see it. I'm like, show it to me. And he's like,
I'm trying to wrap it up. And you got the camera buried on this piece of wood.
You're
and I'm
killing
like,
me.
what are you doing?
You're not showing me the thing I need to see to understand
I'm trying to put
the
it in
video.
front of my face. Okay, let's
Put
do
it
it
in
again.
front of your face and show me. You gotta show me. Quit getting mad and just show me. Have you seen this before? Ready?
Del Campo here. Have you seen this before? There's a Star. I think it's called a Star. And a Torx. I know it's called a Torx. But then there's a wrench right here. This wrench that's an E8, and it fits this Star very well. Oops, it's gonna roll away. But it also fits this Torx. But the Torx is really loose and sloppy. So, what is the difference? Star, Torx? Who knows the difference?
You didn't show me the TA, the E8. Have you seen this before? Yeah.
Del Campo here. Have you seen this before? There's a Star. I think it's called a Star. And there's a Torx. I know it's called a Torx. And there's a wrench here. This wrench right here fits this Star. Fits tightly. Fits real nice. You can also put the Torx in there. It fits, but it's really loose and sloppy. So, what's the difference between this and this? Who knows the difference?
I'll take that.
God, they're gonna. Yes, take 5. Is that all we did? Seems like we did 10 or 15 of them.
He yells at
They're
me.
all laughing at me. Yeah, I got like a whole page of these things. Star. I think it's called Star. There's a Torx. I know it's called Torx. And there's a wrench here. This wrench right here fits this Star. It's tight. It's real nice. You can also put the Torx in there. It fits, but it's really loose and sloppy. So, what's the difference? Who knows the difference? Okay, that's a good short. I'll buy it. Talos says no, do it again. Pitt says I had an X with a sloppy Torx slot.
Oh man! Hey! Hey!
Sebas? How do you pronounce it? I don't know if it's Sebas? Sebas?
You can't say.
He's new? He's new here?
Why does everything mechanical sound?
Okay,
Like it was
he's
made
new
by-
here. Welcome. Says any new projects on the way? Oh my God, do we have projects?
Nothing.
We have a chassis that we've been working on like a couple of months ago, so it's pretty much ready for a Triumph Spitfire. We're going to build an aluminum body for it. That project's coming up. We've got a Valiant, a 1972 Valiant, that we're going to make a Ute, which is like a pickup truck. So that's coming up. We got the Jeep right now. We're working on trying to get the air conditioning up and running. We have a 78 Mercury Zephyr. That's been a project going for quite a while.
And as soon as the parts show
and
up on Monday, we're going to be able to put the AC on that one.
That's it's the point where it's a driver, but we got it torn down right now to finish up the air conditioning. So we should have air conditioning in that. What else do we have? We have a 1966 Dodge Dart that's Kim's daily driver, and I think she daily drove it today. So it's right about
I just pulled it out of the shop so we could digest tonight.
So she just
I didn't
pulled it
go
out.
anywhere today.
So
Didn't go anywhere.
that's probably about 3 years worth of projects right there. Because no projects are like TV where they get done in 37 minutes.
Doesn't happen.
They're like they take longer than that.
Good luck. Get
So,
done in 37 minutes.
So Same says best anyway you like it. It says that was PG-13. I didn't even swear. Hippie long buff. You're now kind of our brother now. We got the tease. We love you. Oh, we go through this with shorts sometimes. We'll do like
Gets
that.
really mad.
Five or six of them because she keeps rejecting them. You know, it's like, come on, just put her up any old way. It's just me.
I want it to be good. I don't want to do all this work and then not even be any good.
So you get to see the behind the scenes.
If you do it bad, eventually people will know, oh, this guy again. I don't want to see this guy. He doesn't do good.
Oh, and Buddy says, did Kim get the Bronco to start with the intake she built? No, it's not. We got to pull that in here too. It's a
We
Bronco.
had to get the cars ready for No Name Nationals,
It's a Bronco.
and then the Bronco's allowed to get worked on. But the Bronco's a back burner project for when there's just not.
The Spitfire will either float or fly as well as drive. Buff hasn't decided yet.
That's right. It has to either float or fly.
What year is that Bronco? Bronco 2.
85.
It's an 85. Okay. So there's a 40-year-old Bronco 2. Really? That thing's 40 years old?
Is it? No.
Well, you said it's an 85. You sure it's not a 95?
It's definitely not a 95.
Sebas. Tell me how to pronounce it. Maybe write it out somehow with some words that I'll understand. Awesome, man. Busy, but sounds fun. Got a 69 Camaro I'm doing welding on. Or 69, that's wrong. 79 Camaro.
Still nice.
I'm doing some welding on it. Yeah. What kind of welding? We have,
We do welding.
we do welding. Sebas just bought me a 140 Lincoln. That'd be a MIG machine. I've got a 140 Hobart here, MIG machine we use. We also have a flux core that's Kim's. That thing's kind of nice if you're going out somewhere and can't have, because the gas will blow around. I had a TIG machine. Well, actually, I still have a TIG machine, but I lent it to somebody, so that's somebody's got that right now. But I never use it anyway. My left hand's really shaky now because I'm getting old, and I got a bad neck injury, and it just isn't very good. So TIG is just about impossible for me now. So I don't do the TIG much anymore. And I used to do a lot of gas welding, but hardly ever do that anymore. Mexican Spec says 1990 was the last Bronco 2. The Explorer came out in March 90. Okay, so it is an 85.
Well, it's either an 85 or an 86, but I know it's not an 87 because by 87 they were putting the 2.9s in them.
So it's that Bronco 2 is 39 or 40 years old. Had a 2.8 in it. she put a 2.9 in it, so that's a change from carburetor to injection, but that's not going to happen. So she made a manifold for it, putting a carburetor on it. Save us says MIG. Okay, so it's a Lincoln 140 MIG machine. How do you like it?
That ought to be a nice machine.
You know, it's tough being a Starbucks. Hanks, De Niro, they all can't fix cars. Save us still learning. Yep. You know what? Just work with it. Pretty soon you'll be running nice beats and you'll go, man, this is nice. Oh, say sea bass. Sea bass. Okay. Cool. That's what I needed. Tell Kim Offenhauser make a 4-barrel carb manifold for that Bronco too.
No, they don't.
6.0
they
something.
They don't because single. It's a 2.9 liter engine.
See, the 2.9, the heads were all different up there. The way the manifold bolted on for the injection. So her 2.9 originally had injection, and the 2.8 originally had a carburetor. So the 2.9, she put it in there. You know, it's like you got to convert it somehow. So unless there's some magic manifold, she really researched this. So
I don't know. Maybe there is.
Maybe there is. We don't know.
I don't know.
Dirt Road Landing. I went to Oshkosh this past week and stopped by the Lincoln Electric booth. Got some hands-on TIG action. Need very steady hand. Yeah, you know, I used to TIG weld up a storm, you know, and it's frustrating now because I just can't. I can't. I just can't hold it steady enough. Even soldering. I used to hold the heat in my left hand and hold the solder in my right hand. I'm right-handed, but then I switch around now. I hold the solder in this hand, but I got to rest my hand on something because it wiggles. And then out here on the end of the solder, it's like amplified. Really struggle with that. So TIG's pretty much out of the question anymore. But I did that for many, many years.
Yeah, you did aircraft welding. Tell them.
Yeah, I did a lot of stuff on aircraft. Oh, D-Man says that manifold is for a 2.8. Sorry.
That's not.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. No, I have the stuff for the 2.8, but it doesn't fit on the 2.9 at all. They changed the design of the engine so much.
Let's see here. Hippie Long says, I have a question. Does nitro take bigger jetting like alcohol over regular petroleum? I have never messed with nitro, but from what I understand, it's huge. Dean Steven, except the European 2.3 and 2.8 had different intake. 2.3. See, here at 2.3 is a 4-cylinder. So that would be a different intake. It says, I always thought nitro jetting was smaller, but I ain't positive. You say, I don't know. You know who knows about that? Tony. UTG. That's a question for Tony. Get on his live.
Oh, yeah.
And that's all he did for years is worked on Chrysler Hemis, that, you know, top fuel nitro cars, and that was his thing for quite a few years. Let's see, Mexican specs know that in a little over a month, smog test will be no more. What do you guys think to do with your cars? He took that away. I guess I wasn't supposed to read it.
Who took it?
Mexican deleted he retracted his message.
I don't know. I'll bet you there's states that are gonna fight it.
Oh, of course, California's already fighting. They're gonna sue each other.
Everybody's gonna die. Global warming's gonna take over.
Let's see. Seabass. I tried TIG on Miller-Matic during college and Formula student, but it was pretty difficult. Yeah, I don't know. Something with welding, I took to it pretty nicely.
Tell them about what kind of welding you did.
Okay, I welded a lot of chromoly tubing for aircraft. Welded up frames, you know, big airframes. Welded up all the little parts and everything. So.
For how many years did you work on aircraft development?
I worked on aircraft for probably 30 years. So.
I don't know why you're being so.
Because every time I talk about aircraft here, the next thing I hear out of your mouth is you got too deep in the weeds, because I start talking about all the details, and clears out. Because nobody wants to hear about it.
They're here for cars.
Uh,
But you could tell about how it pertains to welding. That you're a very accomplished welder. You don't do it anymore, but you have
she
lots.
says I'm a very accomplished welder. But, see, I worked with the best of the best kind of welders that welded all day. And so I look like, to me, I look like a slob compared to them. Because those people, those were, I mean, the best of the best. So, you know, when I was working in at the aircraft place, I was doing design work mostly, and so I do stuff on CAD and take it to the welding area, or I take it to a machinist to have the parts cut out and take it to the welding area, and I just walk it through if it's prototype stuff because I needed the parts quickly, and I could do this. I ran the place so I could interrupt production, which I had to be careful doing that. Interrupting production slows production down. But I run stuff through that's prototypish so we get the prototype stuff done and get the flight testing done, and then we could move on to a project, you know. So yeah, I usually didn't do the welding. Now there were times at night I was in there working, or on a weekend, where I just go turn on the welder and do it. Let's see. But I defer to better welders. Can't see my bead anymore. See, if I take my glasses off, I can see, but then I'm looking through the hood. My problem is my left hand, the shakiness of my left hand. D-man, underwater welding is crazy skill. Yeah, I had a friend that did that. I had a friend that was his job. And this was back in the day when I was making $3.50 an hour as an accomplished mechanic in a auto repair shop. And mechanics, you might make $4 an hour, but probably not. And this guy was doing underwater welding and making $33 an hour, and we all thought he's like the wealthiest guy we knew. So he was getting paid well, but he was underwater in a hard hat. Remember the hard hat welders? He was under there welding. And Louis says, "Oh, Spike, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? I'm not sure what that's about." There's always somebody that does things better. Yeah, and you got to understand that. Sheet metal, I was hard time finding somebody to do sheet metal better than me. I knew a couple of people, but man, a lot of times I was busy with too many things. So there was one guy that was really good with sheet metal, and I'd take him projects. But it, like I said, it would interrupt production. And a lot of times the first run on a sheet metal project, I'd do that at night. I'd just go in there at night or on a weekend and do it.
Hey, you want to make a new cover for my machine?
Yeah, I thought about that, making a cover for the machine. The only thing is, Kim, we've got a lot of rolls of sheet metal around here, of aluminum. But I want to build the aluminum car before, because I don't want to have to buy aluminum for the car, but we could do that. I mean, and this is 2024 T3. This is expensive stuff. We could buy some.
Oh, no, you know what you could use? Use that appliance side.
Oh, use some old steel?
There's that appliance side.
Oh, you know what? We've got a big piece of sheet metal that you unrolled off. Hiccups. Excuse me. We got a big piece of sheet metal that unrolled off of a water heater.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could flatten that out and bend it, right?
Throw some paint on it.
Yeah, paint it.
Oh.
Put a sticker on it that says Kim's Machine.
Kim's Recovery.
Pisses off my art friend. Sure. Yeah, I kind of miss welding. The only thing is, man, those guys that were welders, they'd be under that hood all day doing airframes, position welds, all crazy ways, and they do that all day. I'm under a hood for 2 hours. I'm ready to throw that thing across the room. You know, it's just, I can't be under that hood that long. I got to be doing something else. Andrew Button, my specialty was underwater basket weaving. I cannot weld wicker, however. It burns. That's what people used to take in college to get a degree where they didn't know anything.
Doctorate in underwater basket weaving.
See, please. I think about that cool car, 74 Checker taxi cab. Man, I like the old Checkers. There's somebody here in Clarksville has a bright yellow Checker wagon, and they have the little local car shows, and that car is almost always at the car shows. It's kind of cool to see it.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Those things got a lot of room in them, and when you sit in them and you're driving them, the early ones had a big steering wheel, and they felt right. The newer ones had a GM column, Chevrolet column, and a smaller steering wheel, and they feel kind of funny, but you get used to it. But it just doesn't feel quite right. But it says I can't freehand draw a friggin' Pac-Man. I never really had the touch for welding. See, I learned drafting in high school, 1970s, 60s, late 60s and 70s, and it was all big vellums and T-squares and pencils and all this stuff. And when I got CAD, I got CAD in when 92, I guess. I went crazy. Yeah, that was like, I already knew all the drafting. I just had to learn what the commands were. And yeah, Seabass, yeah. I'm not real good with 3D CAD. I'm slow. The 2D CAD, and that's all I need, the big parts. It's like after you learn to walk and you know how to walk, that's kind of how I'm with CAD. It just happens. I rarely have to think. I got to think about the math a little bit. Of course, it does a lot of the math, but I got to think out in my head how something's going to work. But man, I mean, I do all my design work in CAD, and Kim's CAD operator as well. What CAD did you use? You used the 3D CAD, right?
No, mostly it was 2D CAD.
2D
I
CAD.
did use some 3D applications for like civil engineering.
Yeah, well, her degree's in civil engineering, and she worked setting up a lot of places that were like a store, big stores, like a Walmart or like a McDonald's or something. They have their plans how they want their stores, but then local municipalities have their plan how they want their stores to be on lots and all this stuff. And she had to make all that come together and get it approved and all that kind of thing. And she had one of those kind of jobs. So, she was out at the site doing, what do you call it? Doing surveying. She'd do surveying.
And you always have to integrate with what it actually exists on site. And none of those big box stores want to build something where there isn't anything. So you always have to work around everything that's there.
So
power lines, utilities, water, and all the stuff. Every site is different.
So we're both CAD people, but she doesn't see me work on CAD much anymore because I don't design much. That's just what I did before I retired. I did a lot of it, and that's what she did when she was doing civil engineering. So I've never seen her operate CAD, and if she'd seen me operate
CAD, I worked on CAD for 20 years in my career.
It says, "Oh, my drafting is tight." But in college in '91, I had to take both mechanical drafting, AutoCAD. Love mechanical drafting. Andrew Bud says, I was CAD operator until I sold my coupe to Phil recently. Like a Cadillac operator. There was a guy just some kid worked in a muffler shop next to me, and he used to call it, the thing under the car that gets real hot. He'd call that the Cadillac converter. I used to laugh. I said, what do you think? It converts it into Cadillacs? But he thought it was a Cadillac converter. Everybody laughed at him.
Everybody laughed. They're all going to laugh at you.
But he called it that until he left, got some other job. He was there for a couple of years. Cadillac converter. This tubing, where the hell is it? That ladder I got hanging over here? That's the same guy that made that ladder. Seabass, I'd done CAD and CNC programming during my undergrad. Got to touch the CNC, but man, it was long days of work getting the program optimized. It's really good. When I worked in the airplane place, my office, I could oversee the whole factory. But right down here to my right down at the bottom of my steps, was the CNC machine shop. Man, I designed something in CAD, and I knew how to. I wouldn't even dimension it. I'd put the points on the drawing, hand it to him, and like in 20 minutes, I had a part in my hand. I'm like, man, I used to work for days to do something like this, you know, and it was so good because I dreamed something up, and in no time we had it. We were like flight testing it the same day or the next day. Man, it was when I went to CAD and had that machine shop there. Man, it was wonderful. My best operation of CAD was a North Star I had in the '94 Seville. But Andrew Button said, those are nice looking cars, the Seville. Later checkers used GM inline sixes and even 283s. Yeah, they had small block Chevys in. Mostly Chevy small block or L6 line. Yep, sure did. Hippie long. Now a 3D printer is better money spent. Man.
Has anybody seen the Omega Seville?
Omega Seville.
Omega Seville.
The a 3D printer is great unless you need something that's made out of something strong, 2024 T3 or 7075 T651 or something. Then you've got a machine. Yeah, 3D printers are pretty cool, but they're slow. You know, I can have an aluminum part in a minute. Didn't they use AMC V8s at one point? I don't think so. Barry Kudus says a friend of mine calls them Cadillac converters.
There's a lot of people call them that. Just...
Somebody said something back here that I was. Oh, D-Man said that they use AMC V8. You know what I always thought would be good in a checker? You remember the International V8s, like a 392, is a big, hefty, beefy V8 engine that was like impervious to everything. I always thought that would be a perfect engine for a checker, because a checker's kind of the same thing. Big, beefy car, you know. It says maybe D-Man they evolved from Studebaker. Who evolved from Studebaker? Oh, Checker was their own thing. Checker came from, man, it was a Russian guy that he was like a banker or something. He lent money to somebody that built the car, and the guy went broke. So to get his money out of it, he went and repossessed the factory, and that guy became Checker. He's the guy that built the whole company, and I can't think of his name, but he was basically a banker that became an auto manufacturer.
Somebody's Googling for points right now. They're trying to find what the name of that banker was.
But I just can't think of his name right now. But then eventually, Checker, what they did when they quit building cars, they also they had big stamping operations, you know, where they could stamp sheet metal, and they were stamping out parts for GM. I don't know who else. I know General Motors had them building a lot of sheet metal parts for them, tailgates and doors and things. So they were going long past their when they were building checker tabs. Pitt says Omega, the oldest badge is on the 70 to 75 Nova. Kim? Yeah. The Omega. Old Omega.
Omega Seville.
The Omega.
Somebody eventually will figure out what I'm talking
Buick.
about.
I can't think what the Buick was called. The Pontiac was called the Ventura 2, or the 1 year 1974 GTO, which I didn't like in '74, but I could have bought one of those because I had the income then, and it's stupid I didn't buy one of those. That or a Trans Am, either one. I bought a car I liked though. I bought a AMC Matador, one of those weird looking Matadors.
Nobody knows what the Omega Seville is, huh?
The Omega Seville. Well, D-Man saying the squared ones. What is the Omega Seville, Kim?
Carter's Auto Restyling.
Oh, it's somebody auto restyling. No, I'm not talking about the International Navistar 7.3. This is like a lifetime before that. I'm talking about the 392 gas engine V8s they put in, like international pickups in the late 60s, early 70s, and they put them in the travel wall. Big hefty gas engine. Stray Bullet, the banker, never heard of an automotive designer. You know, he did real well because the Checker was always sort of outdated looking, but it was a beefy kind of car. And they changed it over the years. The last body style was developed, the first year was 1956, and it evolved some, but it was still the basic body from 56. You can look at Checker history, it's all over the internet. It says she's talking about a watch. Are you talking about a watch, an Omega watch?
Oh.
No, she's talking about some custom made. Oh, Omega. What, the Omega? What's the name? The Car Wizard? Omega Auto? Or are you talking about something else? In 68, they needed an engineer to put the side marker lights on. The Omega Seville is a watch. That's what Pitt says. Kim's quiet under there. She's not even talking. I don't know. Checker Motors transitioned from Continental engines to Chevrolet engines 6 to 5 using straight six and small block Chevy engines. The engines included 230 cubic inch, 327, and 359. I don't know about the 359. I knew they had 283s in them and 327s. And they probably had 350s in them when they quit making those. What she is talking about is the 76 and later Seville based on the X-Body platform, which is originally a Nova, but later oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it was similar to a Nova, but man, that was like it's about as far from a Nova you could get. Still be a Nova, still be an X-Body. I'm not even sure they called it an X-Body. The 76 through 79. Is that what you're talking about, Kim?
That's the Omega, but it's the Omega Seville.
She's calling the Omega Seville. I don't know. D-Man, 69 Checker also offered the Perkins something 3.9 liter 4-cylinder diesel engine, but only for 1 year. I didn't know about that. Striggle on AMC Matador is better than a Firebird anyway. But it's big now. And where I was, it was somebody. Craig May says, I like it when you talk dirty. Craig May, B8s. And this is going fast. I thought Kim was being sneaky. It is a watch, though. D-Man says 350. I misspelled. Okay. Yeah, 350, 327, 350. And I know they had the 283s in them as well. Omega was made by Oldsmobile from 73 through 84, says Dirt Road.
It's a Carter auto restyling custom vehicle.
It's a Carter auto restyling vehicle. I don't know what she's talking about.
Carter's Auto Restyling. That's a YouTube channel.
Oh, Carter's Auto Restyling. It's a YouTube channel.
They built a car called the Omega Seville.
They built a car called the Omega Seville. That's what she's talking about.
And it's a really, really amusing thing to watch.
She says
Put it on your list.
She says it's an amusing thing to watch. So it's a YouTube channel, one car. I think Spec got it. It was a Cadillac Cimarron badge by Olds.
No.
Now this is something else. This is at.
Why is this built? It's way too long now.
Well, is it fully a different diameter?
No, I just checked.
Andrew Button, the primary X body was the Nova. Others were rebadged and engines mixed and matched. The Seville body was changed around, but lots of the underpinnings were the same, but not brakes. Yeah, that's Seville. I remember driving those Sevilles from 76 to 79, that style Seville, which I really liked. Man, I like those cars. But, man, I bet you that thing weighed 1,000 pounds more than a Nova. I mean, it was... Pitt says, I'm out, Kim wins. D-Man, the X-Body Pontiac was called the Ventura. Yeah, they called it the Ventura 2, because the Ventura was a big car. The Ventura 2, and 1 year GTO 1974 was on an X-Body, and that was a great car, and it was sadly 1 year. Kim is the winner, says Luis. Dirt Road says, Kim, we're not as smart as you. You know what happened? Kim was watching the YouTube channel. That's why she was doing that. Mark Sylvain, Buick Apollo. You're right. It's a Buick Apollo. I couldn't think of that. Lester LeSabre. Kim is talking about the Pulls Omega Carter Auto Styling. Scott from Cold War Motors put a
Thank you.
Bustleback trunk in a long
Lester, you get 5 points because everybody else was. I told them what I was talking about. They still couldn't get it.
So Lester LeSabre and Kim know about this. Kim told me about it, but I didn't know that's what she was talking about. I knew it was something they welded some enormous doors on it. Something you swing out so far to flip the car over. Andrew Button says, Elvis bought 11 new Sevilles. A bunch of them here in Denver. They were more expensive than the Eldorado at the time. You could get those Sevilles with mighty 5.7 diesel. Yeah, a friend of mine had one of those. Yeah, actually, the 5.7 diesel, wasn't that the one that was 1980 and later? Might have been in the early one too. I don't know. But he had one of the later ones, the Bustleback ones, and he hated that thing. He got it because it was cheap. He didn't have to pay much for it. The guy's basically giving it away. He got it running, and he flipped it. Craig May, YouTube University. Yeah, that's what Kim attends YouTube University. That's how she got her air conditioning machine working. Did you figure out the belt, Kim? She hasn't figured it out. Very good. I knew of a 74 Pontiac Ventura hatchback here in New Zealand. 350 engine, I think. It had Sprint written on the sides. That's possible. You know, and the ones here, the Venturas here had Pontiac engines in them. Pontiac 350s, 400s. I don't know if they ever put the 455 in. I think there were 350s and 400 Pontiacs. But, you know, with a set of brackets, you could bolt a Chevy. So, I still have a point in the bank for guessing something that Kim asked. It was a while ago, and I forgot what the answer was right now. Andrew Button, yes, the first generation Seville is only gas. Bustleback and Eldorados were available with diesels. You know, I had a friend that bought a 1980 Seville Bustleback. First one I saw up close. He bought it new, drove it over to my radiator shop, and showing it to me. And he goes, here, I'll take you for a ride. And he goes, no, you take me for a ride. So I drove it. And it was, you know, like late 1979, brand new. It was kind of a silver and dark gray colored thing. It was a really nice car. Yeah, he should have swapped an old Seville engine into diesel Seville. You know what? That's what he did. He gasolined it. I've forgotten about that because it didn't have any of the evaporative emissions. He was in California, and it didn't have any of the evaporative emissions or anything on it. So he had trouble with that thing. And I think he took that thing to Arizona to get rid of it. D-Man says, my uncle has that Seville with the 468 engine. It was crap. It would switch between 4-cylinder 6 or 8. You know, I on a mini lease, I had an 08, no, it was an 07 Pontiac Grand Prix with a sideways, it's front driver, transverse LS Chevy in it. And that thing had the 468, and that worked so well. But that was like many, many years later. It was seamless. You knew it was going on, but you really couldn't feel it. You started easing on the gas, and you had all 8 cylinders again, and it was freaking fast. That car would. I had it up to 148 miles an hour one time.
Next.
Yeah, on a racetrack, of course. No, it was some back road. Yeah, it was stupid, right? Mexican Spec said he had an 81 Riviera diesel. It was great.
Okay,
Mark
somehow.
something. No Omega built is a watch. I think the dealer deactivated the computer, so stay in the 8 cylinder. I heard about people doing that. Andrew Bud says, I'd like to put nitrous on a 468 Caddy. Why? He says, my dear Burt Reynolds had that 80 Pontiac Trans Am in the movie Smokey and the Bandit from 1980. Man, I do like those cars. Yeah, he's gone now, sadly. Oh, I just killed that little nasty fly. Man, I got him. Did you figure out what happened with the belt?
You know what? I don't know what I did, but now it's the correct length, so
maybe it was off or something. I
don't know what I did. Can't even guess.
See, now Andrew Button says 76 and 77 had only gas, but it looks like, which would have been 78, 79, the second 2 years of the first gen Seville, looks like it could have diesel. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when that was. The deceased fly, rest in peace. Yeah. That's an annoying little fly, and I got on my finger and I whacked it. Oh, there's another one.
Start over.
Where there's one fly, there's a second fly.
Sure, you always think there's one, but that's why. That's how they can get away so fast, because there's 40 of them. You didn't know.
Oh, Pitt says lost connection for a minute. Sorry, it was somebody else's turn to use Nebraska's cell tower. I think they only have one.
Yeah, you only get, yeah.
You know, Nebraska's a long state. When you're on I-80 and you're going across Nebraska, it takes a while.
Why? It's 5/8. Why is this car got a 5/8?
Probably is not a 5/8. It's probably a 15 or something.
It's not. It's not a 15. It's 16. It's sloppy. 5/8 fits good and tight. So somebody explain that. Why this car? This is a much newer vehicle. Why is it a 5/8 on the drive?
Unknown.
Yeah. Mess.
He also would stick on the dashboard labels that said diesel fuel on gas or cars. He also wanted people stayed clear of diesels back in the day. Andrew Button. So the general belief is that a turbo with the right amount of boost can basically double the cubic inches, theoretically speaking. If I put a big Garrett on a 468 Caddy, and I have an 812-16.
Double? Why did they put this here like it is? It's bad. It's such bad. Choices. It's hurting me. Causing me grief. Somebody come and fix my car for me.
Kim wants somebody to come fix her car for her.
It's grief. I'm trying to.
You want some help, Kim?
So badly.
D-Mats was always had a diesel option in the early 80s Deltas and Regencies. Yeah, those things are terrible.
Why is this the only 5/8 rinse I've got?
I don't know. Where'd you leave it?
Here's a 5/8. That is 5/8. Sounds like a baby.
Do you think the Grand National Buick, the 3.8 turbo, could run the diesel with Sabre of the same year? Oh my God, the 3.8 turbo Buick, those things are fast. It says the gas conversion diesels from those Chevy suck that. I didn't know anybody ever did that. I always thought that gas, to convert one of those to gas, I figured that would be a really beefy engine, but I didn't know anybody ever did it. Yeah, the conversion he did with that Eldorado, I think was, or not Eldorado, that's Seville. I think he just put an engine in. I think he put a 350 olds in. There was a 68 442 4-speed. I just sold. I wanted to put a 350 old diesel in and remove the 455 out of it. It had a 455 and a 68 442. So somebody put that in. Why did you want to put a diesel?
Sometimes people really dig diesel. There's a big following for diesel.
D-Masters. I like the T-type Buick Regal. My favorite T-type was the full size, like a 89. Oh, we tracked it. Like an 89 with Sabre. Man, I had an 87 with Sabre. Big is the last of the big two-door cars, and it was a front driver. But the T-type Buicks were so nice, and it was the 89s. I looked and looked and looked, couldn't really find one, and eventually I bought something else. Oh, very good. I think it's possible that some Canadian Venturas are called Sprints. Oh, that's surely possible. It says they use small blocks with closed chamber heads and converted them to diesel. Yes, it's E block 400 was ancient history. Somebody put a 455 in it. Oh, okay. Yeah, GMC El Caminos were called Sprints. There was a GMC dealer across. It was a Pontiac Buick GMC dealer across the street from my first radiator shop, and I was always over there looking at new cars, of course. And the El Caminos over there were all called Sprints. I remember the salesman over there wanted to sell it to me. He goes, "Well, just lease it, just lease it." And I said, "Man, I'll put more miles on it." He goes, "Order the cruise control, because then you just disconnect the speedometer." And he goes, "You can drive it forever, and just connect it up a couple months before you turn the car in." And he goes, "It'll only have a few miles on it." He's telling me how to cheat. You know?
Telling you how to
The early ones were then, they called them caballeros. Yeah, American would say caballeros. They were horrible. I've seen a few, and they were all dead. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, the diesels. 5.6 Olds diesel could take 307 Chevy heads. Bad as hell. Huh. God, I thought that was like an old. I thought it was an old block. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's how much I know about them. I know I didn't like them.
It's making pain.
Josh, the Sprints were rebadged as Suzuki, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was the Chevy Sprint with another car. It was a little 3-cylinder quad-size engine. I had a friend that had a little station wagon. He hit 66 miles a gallon with a Chevy Sprint.
I do need help.
Okay, Kim needs help. I got to get up and help Kim. So, I'm going to ignore the chat.
The only way I can get to this is with an open end. Okay, you need to be where I'm standing over here.
Okay.
pulling this wrench as far in this direction as you can. Spring pressure. I'm gonna try. I got wait till
Hey, let me see some light. Give me some light before I pull. I need to double this wrench.
Yeah.
I need to. May I use this wrench? This is the okay. I need some extension. Okay. I've got a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh, I can do that with this extension. I got it right now. Okay. Take your light. Take whatever you need. I'll hold it.
I don't think I need a light. I just.
Pulling on it. Pulling hard up. Ooh. Ooh.
What happened?
I don't know how long I can hold it.
Yeah, you're not pulling far enough.
Oh, geez. Are you kidding me? Ah! Oh, Kim, that feels too tight. What's going on?
Can't do it. Like a.
Oh, geez. I mean, I've never tightened a belt that tight. Oh, I see. I'm loosening it enough you can put it over.
Yeah.
Oh, something's wrong. Oh, it's on the wrong side of the alternator? What is that?
I gotta slip it over this.
What's that other pulley? What's the alternator down there that's missing? It's not on the alternator.
It's not missing. It goes up over top.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. I get it.
Yeah. This is crap. Are you pulling again?
No, wait a minute.
Yeah, I thought you did.
No, it's really hard to pull, and you said wait till I stop. This is like,
It's miserable, yeah.
it's a really hard pull.
Ah,
You know what happened?
shit.
Split.
Yeah, well, isn't it? All right, I'll see what I can. Go ahead, go back to channel.
So something isn't. Something. I did this once before, and I didn't have this much trouble.
I don't know.
I did this in that parking lot. I remember fussing around with it, but I don't remember ever having to put that much oomph on it.
There's probably a different way to go about this.
Okay. I'm back, but I'm rolling backwards. Let's see here. It's this. I had one at Geo. Yeah, it was the predecessor. If we're still talking about the same thing, it was the predecessor to the Geo Metro. Had a 1.0 liter and was a dog 90 miles per hour max. Well, I guess it depends on what you want. Yeah, the guy that I knew that had that wagon, I had a girlfriend at the time had one of those wagons, and she, of course, she didn't care. It was an automatic. She just drove around Phoenix, Arizona, like at 20 miles an hour. She didn't care. And then the friend that had the wagon, he drove that thing long distances back and forth between California and Arizona, and he used to get 60. He said he got 66 miles a gallon. He was pretty happy with it. I don't know what happened to that car. He probably sold it. Next, I worked at Chevy dealer from January '87 to December '88. The Geo started coming on the lot in August of '88. Before Geo, we had the Spectrum, Sprint, and the Nova. Oh, that Nova. The Nova that was a Toyota came from the, what was that thing called? Inumi plant in California, where I think it's the plant where Teslas are built now. Suzuki was the Swift. Well, Suzuki was also the Suzuki. Can't think of the other Suzuki. I like Suzuki's, and they disappeared from here. We had a Suzuki dealer in Clarksville. They quit selling Suzuki's here. They still have a really good used car lot, all late model cars on it, but that's all he sells now are late model used cars. But the dealer's still there. I had a Suzuki Grand Vitara for a while, and I liked that thing. Holden Barina. What's a Holden Barina? Is that a Suzuki? Yeah, the Suzuki Grand Vitara. That was a nice little car. I drove it around for a while, sold it, made money on it. Numi Nova, aka Toilet. Numi Nova. Yeah, that's it. I had a neighbor and his daughter bought this car, and she goes, "Oh, I got a Chevy Nova. Come look at it." And I go over there, and there's this funny looking little Toyota there, and I'm like, and it said Nova on it. I'm like, oh, yeah, nice car, I guess. I was like, oh, yeah, it's a nice car. I walked away thinking, what? Dean Stevenson says, oh, it's a Suzuki Swift, is the Arena. I was really disappointed, like you probably were too, that Holden went away. I mean, Holden was. I mean, we got a couple of Holdens up here that were really nice cars. And we were supposed to get the Ute. And I think they were going to put it in Pontiac. Make it look like a Pontiac, but stupid chicken tax. If anybody knows, that's a whole political thing, but the chicken tax killed that. Yeah, and what other Suzuki? There was a Suzuki, I guess it's the Geo Metro was the one. I'm trying to think of the other Suzuki that I liked. Well, what's funny is I saw a Grand Vitara today, and I went, oh, look at that. I remember those. I kind of liked the one I had. Although it's kind of a goofy name. Yeah, it says X90 and X17 were a few others. Yeah, after the Grand Vitara, they put some other names on them, I guess. Buddy Garofano had a 78 Chevy Big Block Dually, got 6 miles per gallon. Well, who's the guy over here in Eastern Tennessee? Came to No Name Nationals with the wasn't it a Geo Metro? Did he put the Buick V6 in? 2.8 Buick in the back. So made a rear drive, crosswise turbocharged Buick V6. Wasn't that what it was, Kim? And that thing was, my God, was that thing fast. And he drove it there and drove it home. Dean Stevenson says Russ.
Got it!
You got
it! Thank you, Lord!
She got it. With 2 of us over there, we couldn't get it, but she got it by herself. Now, I don't ever remember having to pull that hard on that thing, you know.
That was horrible. That was the worst.
We got a few people hanging on here.
Oh, is there only a couple people left?
Oh, it's not as full as it was, but yeah, there's still a lot of people here. Still a lot of people here.
Are you having fun?
What is she doing? She's putting the serpentine belt back on the. She replaced the air conditioning compressor, so she's putting the serpentine belt back on, and it has a what do you call it? A tensioner.
And it's a pain. You look at the dirt on my hands. I'm losing my mind.
Ted says I had a 77 Plymouth Arrow, though. It flew like a bird for over 25 yards in an appropriate incline railroad crossing. Yeah, D-Man says 22 people. Yep, that's what I'm seeing, 22. You know, I had a 76 Arrow for a while. I kind of liked that car. I had it when I was over in Hawaii, not for very long. And it was, I liked that car. And most people were getting Toyotas and Datsuns and stuff, and I got that thing, and I just because I wanted to try something different. I really liked it. And then later, wasn't there a Plymouth Arrow that was it's actually a truck? Tim says, was it like 100 degrees back there? Looked like most of the East Coast was cooking. Yeah, it was. It got up in the 90s. Then it poured rain. We had a big old thunderstorm come through, and man, it cooled it off. Well, not that much. Cooled it off probably to 80 something. But it was in the 90s earlier today. Andrew Buttons, the problem with the Plymouth Arrow, they didn't offer the 360 in it from the factory, but they should have. Yeah, because it wasn't a Plymouth, it was a Mitsubishi. They had the Fire Arrow. That's right, the Fire Arrow. That had the 2.6, the 2.6 with the silent shaft, the balance shaft in it. Yeah, the Arrow. I know there's race cars that are Arrows, but I don't think they have big V8s in them. But I bet it wasn't just bolted to that unibody. It was probably body panels on some kind of a frame.
That was grimy. That was the job that I've liked the least so far on this. Taking the drive shaft out of this, which was awful, was still not as bad. Although it did get cold.
See, Hippie says, honestly, no one I have ever known has a V6 last like an inline or V8. I just don't understand why. Man, I had a couple of Ford Tauruses and Sable wagons, the 3.0. Those things seem to go. Those things seem to. I never had problems with the engines. The 3.8s had a lot of problems. G-Man Buff, do you remember the Maserati LeBaron? Sadly, I do. I worked in a used car lot. Because that was sometimes when I didn't have airplane work, I'd work for this guy. And he had one of those things in there, and it had been wrecked and fixed, and whoever fixed it did a terrible job on it. And so it didn't drive right, and this guy wanted me to fix it. It was, what a piece of crap. I wish I'd never seen that thing. But yeah, I've seen them. I just had a bad experience with one. Mexican Spec says that's been my experience as well. The straight sixes don't last for me either. I had problems with Chevy straight sixes, some cracked blocks, and they didn't get hot. I don't know why that happened. But Ford sixes seemed to go for a while. And slant sixes seemed to, Kim's was running, but it was leaking oil. We took it apart to fix the oil leak, and the rings all came off in pieces. They weren't even round anymore. They were like semicircles and three-piece rings. It was driving just fine.
I mean, it ran. They said dead cylinder. Like, they were all dead. They would take a turn. Tony asked me about it. What about the dead cylinder?
Well, Mexican Spec says he's looking for the future. How far are you going with the Jeep tonight? Will you charge the air?
Yes.
I think that's what Kim's doing right now.
That's next.
D-Man says the mighty 300 Fords were bulletproof. Yeah, the 240s. I had a friend, actually it's a boss I had, and then later friend, but he had still has a 65 Ford pickup with a 240 in it, which is like a short stroke 300. And I rebuilt that engine, or I rebuilt another 240, put it in that back in the 70s, and I think it's still got that engine in it, that 240.
We have to
Still has it. Yeah, I don't think he drives it
Pump
much
this
anymore.
system down.
Just gotta bring the system down. Andrew Button says, I tried to destroy a slant 6. I failed. I resorted to putting motor honey down the carburetor. I was so frustrated it wouldn't die. Jeez.
Oh, they don't die. No. You can't kill it like that. They're very durable, even when they're worn out. Just persist.
Mexican Spec says, did you hook up the exhaust hose? Well, but she's
We
got to pull a vacuum on the system, and then she'll charge it up with the machine. Before we start it, we'll hook up the exhaust hose. Or, like I did in that video, I'll breathe through the exhaust hose, and we'll just let the place fill up with exhaust. Then I turned a lot of Chevy inline 6s into irrigation power units on propane. They ran forever, really. How'd you cool them? Just a big radiator with a fan? Now you can hear a machine running around because I can see it coming through on the mic. Look at that.
It's noise.
What is that smell? Oh, it's evacuating the system.
Yeah, you got to do that first, don't you?
Yeah, I just did. It was an odd smell. I didn't know what the smell was. It's just irrigation power units go on small 2-wheel frame with a radiator. See, I built a lot of radiator, or fixed a lot. I never built one. But they'd have problems with the radiators. Man, when somebody has an irrigation problem with a radiator, they'd come in the shop, they'd be handing me money. They just, I'll give you an extra $50, give you an extra $100, whatever. I need it now. Okay? And most of those that I worked on had Lincoln V8, like an old 462 or 430 Lincolns, and I don't know why they were running those engines. Yeah, that's because we got this machine here, Mexican Spec. She's running this machine, and so I'm trying to talk over it. What's she doing? You're turning that.
Well, if I turn the microphone away from the machine, it might.
Turn the microphone away.
I need you to scooch this way, and I have to use this screen. I have to read how to charge the darn thing.
Oh, Kim needs my screen. I'm not going to be able to look at that. Okay.
Well, you just have to talk to the microphone. Yeah, or talk to the thing. It'll be okay.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me any better. Gotcha. Oh, you just killed that. Where'd my chat go?
What is that going?
I don't know.
Sorry about that. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, those early Lincoln 60s Lincoln engines were torque monsters. They sure were. Freon is non-toxic unless it's burned. Yeah, then it makes phosphine gas. Or mustard gas, as it's better known. Yeah, Kim's on a mission. Kim's always on a mission. I'm always over here goofing off, talking. But she's over here now. She's reading on. She just killed everything. Like, all the screens went blank. But now she's got her instructions on top of the screen, which is good. One of those little flies comes buzzing around here. Dude. So can you hear me any better, Mexican Spec? Oh, and then Andrew Button says the Triumph Stag engine. Really? I remember those cars, but I don't think I ever even drove one. But I saw them around. Don't mess with those Pittsburgh chicks on a mission. And he said something else. That would be you. Luis says, my favorite car was the Diora from Hot Wheels. You know that Diora was a real car. And you know what the front window was on that? The windshield was a tailgate window from a 1960 Ford station wagon. It was that's what they used for the Diora windshield, and it was perfect for it. That was a great looking truck. He says the stag engines had problems. Yeah, I don't know about it. Hippie long, yeah, phosgene gas. Yeah, basically two four bangers welded together. Oh, I didn't know that. Is that what a stag engine was? I don't know.
Sorry.
Kim looks frozen. I don't know. She's. I can't see anything. She's got the. I can't see what's going on here. She's got the one of my screens covered up with. I can see the chat, but I can't see what's going on because she's got it covered up with an instruction booklet. So I didn't know that. I didn't know that about the Stag. The only British car I knew that, like the TR8, had a what had been a Buick aluminum V8 215 aluminum V8, which became the British 3.5 liter. Thought I had that fly, but he got away. Man, those annoying little. They're like half scale normal flies. Oh, there it is again. They're whacking. That wasn't even a fly. That was a mosquito. TR8 had the Rover V8 in it. Yeah, that was the Buick 215, which became the 3.5 Rover engine. They bought it from General Motors. You know who knows like everything about those is uh, Dallas Brown. You know HRA Dallas Brown. This is such a Buick guy. We went to get my car and took his Chevy Suburban, but it's all Buick guys. It's got a Buick 400. And, what a nice vehicle to drive. Tows really well. D-Man says, as far back as 63, the designer of the Triumph Slant 4 engine, Louis Dowtry, had foreseen the possibility of the engine design could be doubled up to create a V8. When I was working on airplanes, designing airplanes, I always was thinking like way out ahead what we were going to be able to do with all the stuff, and always thinking about how we could use like the same wing and same surfaces and all this stuff. And I had people tell me I was stupid and I couldn't think that far ahead. And then sometimes I just had to prove them wrong, but they still did. They still give me a bunch of crap because they weren't thinking ahead, I guess. But I learned, you know where I learned that? I learned that from watching the automotive industry when I was a kid, like the Ford Falcon, you know, and then they made a wagon, and they made a Ranchero, and then later the Mustang, and of course the Comet, and all that whole thing grew out of that chassis, you know. So I really understood that. Tommy Hamlin's here from who's Tommy Hamlin from? Come on, Kevin Smith. Yeah, he's from close to Europe as you can get. Uh, Ireland. Why couldn't I come up with it? My brother-in-law financed the Ford Escape with his girlfriend last year. He told me it was a B4. It was all that I could do not to wrap a crowbar around his head. You know, I see this stuff on marketplace all the time. There'll be like a 1961 Ford Falcon. It'll say it has a V6 in it. You know, and or a Chevy Nova. It's clearly you look at the engine and it's an inline six, and it'll say V6. You know, that's what they write. Like, you idiot. Dean Stevenson, my uncle never had a problem with this. Folks, do I remember the 40XP? Yes. Yeah, it was like a two-seat version of the whatever that thing was, the American Escort.
Sorry that this is, we're getting problems.
Louis said 1951. What's 1951? 1951 was the last year for the Ford. What do they call that thing she bought? Yeah, I want some tater tots. Kim, you want some tater tots? That sounds good. Fit. I love the EXP. I drove my roommate's EXP for months while I was in the Navy. They were kind of a funny looking little two-seater. I never drove one. Subsonic did have a B4. However, that thing is not in a Ford. Excellent. Yeah, the V6 or the V4 Saab was actually a Ford engine. Louis says I had a Chevy Nova from Hot Wheels. Kevin Smith, I'm from L.A., Lower Akron. Yeah, I see L.A. I never know if somebody's from Los Angeles or Louisiana because I don't hear them talk. And now there's a third one, Lower Akron. Lower Akron, isn't that where big automotive store is? What's the name of that? I can't think of it. The red one. There's two big automotive stores, the yellow one and the red one. The red one. Oh, actually, North Akron. The Sonnet was a two-stroke. The original Sonnet, or I got a friend that works on it, he calls it a Sonnet, but I always thought it was a Sonnet. The Sonnet was a two-stroke. The early ones were two strokes, and then they put V4 Fords in. Later ones. The XP was a Triumph clone from Toyota Ford, I think. The XP was this same chassis as an Escort. Yeah, it's like a two-seat Escort. Hippie Mom says my sister-in-law had a Ford Experience. My brother had a Mercury Mercur. Yeah, that was a European car. Yes, the EXP was all Ford. It was American Ford, and it was it's just exactly what he said. It's a two-seat. It was an Escort underneath with a weird body on it. Oh, it was a Turkey Escort engine. That engine came from Turkey? I didn't know that. Escort, quintessential Domino's pizza delivery car. The Domino's pizza guy that rear-ended me was in a Honda. Crashed into me really hard. And he says, in front of his car's all mashed in. And he goes, I said, I called the cops. And he goes, I don't have time to wait for the cops. I'm delivering a pizza. Guess what? Your pizza's going to be late because you're waiting for the cops. Yeah, they had 4 and 6 instead of
D-Man, I'm not sure which that is. That Ford 60. Man, I don't know, Andrew Button, about the early subs on it with the two-stroke. You know, they had the 96, or was it 90, or 93? What was the Saab that had the doors that opened backwards, the little coupe? And they had the same two-stroke in it. I had friends that had those when I was in high school. And then one of them got a B4. That was like the best one of all those guys. And in fact, that's the guy that's still rebuilding the Saab, the Sonette. He has a business where that's what he does. You know, the Escort I like was the one from the late '60s, maybe early '70s. That was in England, had the kind of square looking place for the headlights, but it had round lights in it. We never got it in the U.S. We never got that car here. Mean two strokes are hard to turbo. Kimber Keeney will tell you nothing is impossible. Yeah, Mercury Lane, same as an Escort. Yeah, I don't remember any fixes in Escort. The EXP, that's all I remember was that four-cylinder. But I don't know. Hey, buddy Steve, buddy Carpano. Oh, here, yep. Hey. Must have been when they had that 30-minute delivery guarantee. It's just I lived with an Escort once. Who knows? I bet the people down under will know this. The one that I was talking about, the early Escort that we never got in the U.S. The one with the it was a rear driver, was in England, like late '60s, early '70s maybe. I really like. Oh, the beeping is Kim's running her machine that it's a air conditioning recharge machine. It says the Escort I lived with had an '82 Spectrum. Yeah, DMAT, the Ford EXP and Mercury, that's right, LN7. Another one of those goofy names from Mercury. Yeah, like mine is the Z7, Z7. That's an LN7. I don't know what Mercury was with sevens. I think they had goofy names. I don't really like those names, but I like the cars. Ah, it says, no, the Escort never had a V6. In March 1990, the 91 Escort GT was made with a double overhead cam Mazda engine, and that was a great car. Kevin Smith, my Escort, was a Cougar. Yeah, I knew a guy in, he's a younger guy in Yuma, and he liked Cougars. He's always say, I got to find me a Cougar. He goes to the bars, Gonna go try to meet a Cougar. It says Mazda, not Toyota. Good fact, spec memory churning now. The Lynx. Gee, man, they look like a frog. Oh, the LN7 and the EXP. Yeah, they got funny looking little square eyebrows over the headlights. Dean says the Vulcan V6 fits an EXP easy. What's a Vulcan V6? I'm not sure we got that here. It says I bought an '82 Dodge Omni. I love that efficient little bastard. I had a '79 Omni, uh, and I really liked that thing. It had a manual transmission in it, which is a 4-speed then, and it had the 1.7 Volkswagen engine in it. So the engine and the head were VW, but all the stuff on the outside was Chrysler. But that thing got, I remember it well, 42 miles a gallon going down the road. It had AC. I could run the AC and get 42 miles a gallon. Amazing car. But divorce, and then it went the other half of the family, and that was the end of that. I got the payments, though. I did get to make the payments. I think the EXP was sportier than the Festiva. You know, the little boxy cars I like. What was the first little boxy car? I think it was German. Was the Ford? Oh man, uh, Ford Fiesta. I think that was a fun little car. It came out about when the kind of head-on competition to the Volkswagen Rabbit, but I like the Fiesta better. The Escort was an Erica, and on the Tempo Topaz shared the same driveline hardline. Oh, it could have. What happened?
I have done something terribly wrong.
Was that refrigerant? We had a refrigerant leak.
Pretty substantial.
A substantial. She said she did something terribly wrong. I'm not sure she did anything terribly wrong. Something popped off.
No, I removed the line from the tank and may have blown out every bit of refrigerant. Nope, didn't blow all of it.
You didn't blow out all the refrigerant.
So,
Lost some refrigerant.
let's see what we got going on here.
Kim's got to see what she's got going now.
Shit!
She lost some refrigerant. And I saw something fly. I was looking to see what it was to pick it up, and I didn't know what it was, or I would have picked it up.
It didn't matter because I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah.
Didn't know what was happening.
The probe looked like an orthopedic shoe. Yeah, the probe was kind of a weird-looking car, wasn't it? Nice to drive, but weird-looking.
Okay, we still have substantially more refrigerant.
We still have a lot of refrigerant. Okay. So you didn't lose a lot, but you lost some. Okay. Kevin Smith got my daughter an '82 Tracer, painted it for them, proceeded to totally wreck it the next day. Yeah, my youngest son, he really wanted my PT Cruiser, and he totaled it. Didn't have it very long. Dean Stevens says a little fridge goes a long way. People, you saw it across with a guy that had a Fiesta with a mid-engine small block Chevy. Oh my God. Tracer's the same as a Mazda? Man, I don't even remember. I was so disinterested in those cars, I didn't pay attention to them. That's when all that stuff was going on. I was like into airplanes. I had a little single seat airplane. That's how I got around. My complaint was there were no runways at the grocery stores. Pulled the head off my Omni and removed the balance shaft and wrapped her up at 5 a.m. 10 a.m. I embarked on a 1,000-mile road trip to Guyman, Oklahoma. Man, I know right where that is. Guyman, Oklahoma's out in that little slip of, it's on Highway 54. The Yellow Brick Road. Hell yeah, I know that area. Kevin said, yep, could be the '89 Tracer. And I think I know what a Tracer was. Andrew, but PT Cruisers are so slow it would seem hard to total one out. Oh, come on. Everybody loved those cars, and all of a sudden everybody hated them. It just, here comes all the hate. Mine was okay. That thing would go every bit of 100 miles an hour. I mean, easy. And it had a 5-speed in it. It was a nice car. And I ran it. The only maintenance I had to do on that thing, this is what I had to do in 155,000 miles. I did the timing belt because you had to do it. I think 85,000. I had to do a clutch, and the clutch was, of course, you have a car with a clutch. You know you're going to have to do the clutch at some point. But is a hydraulic clutch, and you got to buy the whole thing, the master cylinder, slave cylinder, and the whole tube and everything. It's already fled out, and you get it from Chrysler in one piece. That was kind of a pain in the ass. But and I did a brake job on it. That was it in 155,000 miles. And I remember one time cruising along, and I'm going over 100, and I thought I probably shouldn't be doing this. It's out in West Texas. Diamond ain't hell, but you can see it from there. You can see it from the 2.2 Chrysler is such an excellent engine. Yeah, I never had one of those. Mine had the 1.7. This escorts with drop valve seats and wreck the engine. Yeah, I didn't know about that. It says PT Cruisers with great parts store delivery vehicles. Man, I had an airplane wing one time. I had to move it, and I couldn't get a truck. And I folded down the back seat. I folded the seat next to me, the passenger seat. I stuck the airplane wing up there, and it touched the windshield on top of the dash, and I got the tailgate shut. And I couldn't believe it. PT Cruiser wagon, okay, but PT Cruiser convertible. Yeah, I never understood the convertible. I never understood that. Some PT Cruisers were turbocharged, and I heard they were fast, but I never drove one. Kevin Smith said PT Cruisers were cool till they weren't. Yeah, I had a friend that was really into Mopars. He'd go to these Mopar meets. He calls me up one day. He goes, yeah, I just got back. But he goes, it isn't any fun anymore because there were 600 PT Cruisers there. And I go like, what? He goes, yeah, most of these people that were Mopar people, they all showed up in PT Cruisers, and they got all their little things they buy for them, little spoilers and stuff, flare fender wells and stuff. But he said there were 600 PT Cruisers at this Mopar meet he went to. Like, oh, man. So I got a PT Cruiser, and I thought it should look like a 40 Ford up front. So I did all this work, and I pulled molds and all this stuff, and then this shop ended up catching on fire, and the molds got burned. So that project went away, and that's why and then my son wanted the PT Cruiser, and then he crashed it. He pulled out from a stop sign, didn't see somebody coming, and he turns, he's like this, and he turns like this, and hit almost head on to a 68 Chevy pickup. I felt really bad for that guy because it was a nice truck, and it totally broke vehicles. And we had insurance. Bruce, Tire Inspector Bruce, taking off. Take care. Good night. Oh, Mexican Spec says he's taking off. So good night. It says you'll like this one. Duncan Aviation wants to ship a whole double wing assembly for a Challenger to Bahrain in it and tone off whatever. Hey Kim, Inspector Bruce just sent us a $10 super chat.
Thank you so much.
I gotta come over here. Turn on the Studebaker lights. Of course, I can't see them because that's in the way. No, that's in the way. Yeah, I can see they're on. Thank you, sir. But if Carvana, Chevy came out with the HHR to compete with the PT Cruise, you know what? The same guy designed both cars. The same guy did the PT Cruise that did the HHR. Oh, how cool would it be? How cool would a Dodge Omni have been with an extra 3.5-inch width fit transverse Audi 5-cylinder? I don't want an Audi in anything. That HHR became the next affordable delivery car. You know what's really cool about the HHR? They made a panel truck out of one, but it still had back doors, but it didn't have door handles on it. And that was a pretty cool one. In fact, that guy I was telling you about that liked the Cougars, you know, the women Cougars, he had one of those HHRs that was a van in the back. It was a white one. I rented one time. I see one light. Oh, it was off the edge of the screen. Sorry about that. I was in Maryland one time. I'd been living in Arizona. I was back and forth, Maryland and Arizona a lot. So my stuff was in Arizona. So I had to go to Maryland for something. And I had to get in a car rental in the airport. And I said, "What you got for me?" And he goes, "Oh, it's an HHR." And he goes, "Oh, you don't want that. I'm not going to give it to you." And I was like, No, I want it." And he goes, "No, you don't. No, nobody wants these." He goes, you don't want this car." I said, "No, really, I want it." And this guy really trying to talk me out of it. I said, "No, give it to me. I'll take it." So I took it, and I drove it around for like a week or something. It was fine. And but I always liked those things. I guess people hated them. I don't know. I remember I got that thing, and it only had 2,000 miles on it. So they must have been talking everybody out of it. 12 out of 10. Bruce Inspector. Kevin Smith. Shelby almost ruined himself with the Omni GLH. Kim. Yeah, what's something? I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, here we go. I think that's just me.
This machine's giving me grief.
The machine's giving you grief?
Big time.
But he says, friend had an HHRSS with supercharger. You know who else had one of those? You know Hoovie's garage? Hoovie had one. He had one of those. Kind of move the camera so you can see a little bit. Dean Stevenson. Oh, I'm going to get another fly. Got him. 3. So 2 more and I'm an ace. Hoovie's crazy. He got in it early, so he made a big channel. If he came in today, I don't think he'd be that big.
He's got big money and backing.
Maybe he does. I don't know. I think
Well,
I think Hoovie's probably in dead up to his eyeballs. He was talking about his the payment, why he's getting rid of the what is that thing? The Veron? So yeah, like $14,000 a month payment on it. Yeah, Hoovie just sold his Bugatti and Ferrari. Yeah, I think he said he had $14,000 a month payment on the Bugatti. That's probably taking his whole YouTube income. Well, he's got a big channel. He might be making that much. Glad Car Wizard looks after him. we have more noise from the machine. Hoovy has an expensive wife. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I don't know. She might be okay. I don't know her. He's got to come from money. You know what? I don't think he did. I think he was working. He was working as a car salesman at a car dealership, and I think he made the money in YouTube because he's got a huge YouTube channel, and I think he did that himself. I really do. Because sometimes he talks about when he was kind of struggling with money. Yeah, Kevin, $14K a month payment. Yikes, that's crazy. Yeah, but Louis' family is moving vacuum cleaners. No, I don't think so. He was flipping cars, not burgers. Yep. I think he did okay in the as a salesman. He's selling new and used cars at a Chevrolet dealer or something. But he got into YouTube at the right time. And, he got a YouTube channel with what's he have? Well over 1 million subs. And he puts up a video. He's making good money. He's making good money on that channel. So, Kevin, just wait till April 6th movies to the screen. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on it. I'm hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I have a don't get married attitude.
Yeah.
Just sign all your stuff away right to begin with. Oh, you're putting a can in. What was the hissing?
I got the friction all over my hands.
Oh, is your hand okay?
Yeah, it's a little freezer burn.
Doug DeMuro smile. Yeah, Doug DeMuro. I mean, Hoovy calls Doug DeMuro Daddy DeMuro because Doug DeMuro makes Hoovy look like a small channel. And I watch Doug DeMuro sometimes. I used to watch him a lot more, but he's I don't know, straight bullet YouTube money. Yeah, you can make good money on YouTube. I haven't seen that yet.
Well, we've seen that people can.
We've seen a little money, but if we have $100 month, it's a big month. Yeah. But I know people that make thousands, lots of thousands a month, and like I said, Tony, UTG, that's their sole source of income. I wouldn't say he's wealthy, but they get through life.
Yeah, they do. I think they're comfortable. Tony's smart too.
And Tony's smart. Tony's smart when it comes to money. He doesn't spend money on dumb stuff.
He knows how to take care of himself.
He knows how to take care of himself. Who's the biggest of all the YouTube channel automotive? I don't know. If I would say that
Vice Grip
or Doug DeMuro is bigger than that. Doug DeMuro would be up there. I don't know. Doug DeMuro is the biggest one I watch.
Really?
Yeah, but
Doug DeMuro. Do you think more people watch Doug DeMuro than Vice Grip?
Yeah. Oh, he's huge. Well, no, I know who's the biggest. The guy who lives up here in Clarksville.
I agree. You know what? I'm so mad because the machine won't charge the system because I don't know how to use it, and it's leaking when it's not supposed to, and it's really upsetting me. So I'm going to put a can and a half of refrigerant in this and we're going to see if it does anything. And if it does, we'll worry about it. But Cletus McFarland channel?
Cletus is big. The one Vice Grip originally lived in
Up north.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, or something. He lives pretty close to here in Tennessee, although I don't know him. But he lives south of here. Now the biggest one I think is YouTube is probably Luis is taking off. Good night. Take care. Thanks for being here. You know, what's his name? Rev up your engines.
Rev up your engines!
Who is that? Rev up your engines.
You don't know who that is?
I can't think of his name.
You know who he is.
Oh, now like 20 people come in here and get points now. Yeah. He's got the same age I am.
Scotty Kilmer.
Scotty Kilmer. Nobody gets any points because Kim did it. Yeah, here it comes.
They can have
Scotty Kilmer. D-Man says Scotty. So how many D-Man says Scotty Kilmer?
I got first, but they get points for typing it.
Oh, they get 1 point. She says 2 points because she said it first. So Scotty Kilmer, yeah. Scotty Kilmer, I think, probably has the biggest YouTube automotive channel. I think. Yeah, wind up your windows. So it's roll up your windows.
Roll up your windows.
Does Tony.
Let's see if anything happens.
D-Man says he got it first, but it didn't show up in my chat until after Kim said it, so I don't know. So we gave him 2 points. Yeah, you got to keep track of your points. Kim started. You got the exhaust. Hey, now I got to talk over an engine. Beat me up, Scotty. Yeah, you have the engine on? I mean, you have the exhaust hooked up?
Yeah.
Okay. Here. I got it. He's famous for clickbait titles. No kidding. Scotty's like, this is my last night. You know, this is my last time. I quit. Oh, this game, and the next day he's there again. I know it's Scotty, but didn't feel like writing it. He's straight bullet. Yeah, Scotty or Doug DeMuro's pretty big too. Okay, I'm gonna go help Kim for a minute. So chat amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna go stick the thermometer in the thermometer bowl. Ooh, it's narrow. Oh, I already have a thermometer. Put the turn the fan all the way.
Okay, go ahead.
More put it on the load.
Why is the pressure on the low side so high?
I don't know how the hell you got this hooked up. Is this supposed to be low side? Low side. Oh, it's cold. Be careful putting liquid in. Well, that's empty. Just don't put liquid in the running system. You're gonna have to switch. You're gonna have to put a mechanic. This can is ice cold. How do you have these hooked up? Is this the low side hooked up? You got a red one on the low side? Okay. It's open? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a high side hose. This is a low side here. This
No, but that's the low side force.
is not. The big one is the low side hose.
Son of a bitch.
Okay. It's hooked up wrong. You gotta shut everything off and hook it up right. It's not gonna be fine.
Stand back.
Where is your
No wonder. They shut the machine. No wonder it's not working.
yeah, you'll never get that stuff in.
Speaking English. Trash. It's all trash. All this stuff is trash. Freaking frostbite if I'm not careful. Ow!
Where is the low side port?
If it was up your ass, you'd know it. What? Oh, man.
Let's see here. Oh, Scotty, nothing but the best.
Mm-hmm.
It says, if you all can find some of his local access shows, they're great. On par with Click and Clack. Man, he was right up here across town, but I never met him. Oh, D-Man, a few cars ago, my heat stopped, and I watched Chris Fick's video on unclogging a heater core, and I watched his vid, and his trick worked. What was the trick? You flush it back and forth or something, or do you actually pull it out and rot it out? On the back of, I'd never do that. If I pulled one out, I'd be replacing it. Although I repaired a lot of heater cores in the day. Oh, God, something in my eye. That little fly got between my glasses and my eye. What the heck? That did not feel good. Went right into my eyeball. Yeah, I remember Click and Clack. Yeah, I remember Kim told me. She knew
So
about him.
the big coupler is the big one. High or low pressure?
I think it's low. Look at the size of the line that it's on. The high side will always be a small line. The low side will always be a bigger line.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't miss it labeled. Ugh. This is definitely the bigger. You're saying things. God damn.
What was that?
I don't don't know. This is horrible.
They couldn't have put it in a nicer place.
They couldn't have. It was
It's the first car I've ever seen the connections underneath the car.
underneath, up at an angle. Terrible.
Okay, slight pressure and all the crap came out of the core, never leaked or gave me any crap again. Well, it's, yeah, and that's one of those things, sometimes you can clean them out and they'll work. Sometimes you clean them out and they don't work because they didn't really clean out. And sometimes they clean them out and then they leak because you cleaned a stop leak out of them or whatever was clogging up the holes. I have the one up here that's out of the Z sled, and one day I'll reset the tank on it and then we'll pressure check it, show you how to do that kind of thing. So now you can't even put the gauges up high. So what have you got on the low side now?
$70.
What's it say on the high side?
I don't have an iPhone and stuff.
Well, how are you going to know what's going on?
Nothing's going on.
All brown crap came out. I reversed the flow back and forth. Yeah. You know, if you know that there's no aluminum in the system, you can put some Drano in there, and that'll dissolve some of the stuff and then wash it out. Just don't let it get in any of the aluminum on the engine. Just put it in where the heater starts. But you got to know you don't have an aluminum heater core before you do that, because that will melt the heater core, melt the aluminum, and ruin it. This open?
No. You want it open?
Yeah, you want everything.
Okay. Pressure.
This should be pulled down to about 30, and this should be up much higher than that. So that looks to me like an empty system if it's hooked up, if it's really what it is.
Well, it's got 70 psi in the whole system.
Okay, so nothing's happening.
It's not triggering. Go see what's working.
Is the compressor running?
There's no reason.
Okay.
I don't know how to tell.
Okay, there's probably a low pressure switch somewhere, or high pressure. There's some kind of a switch that you're going to have to jumper to turn the, because it knows, the compressor knows there's not enough in there, so it's not running. I assume it's plugged in. Well, my guess is looking at the gauges, I'd say the compressor's not running. I don't know the system well enough to know where the switches are, the electrical switches are. Yeah. Or you're finding it.
Yeah.
Or you're looking at fuses, okay. See, man, the 4 Plus was a Plymouth Sundance. Yeah, I don't know what that heater looks like. Could be long. No stop leak or drain I used by me. Heater core replacement on a late 70s Camaro. Forget about it. To fit. You know, my Corvette was that 87 Corvette, and it was a brass and copper heater core, and it was plug solid. And I put Drano in it and let it sit for quite a while, and I was worried about it because if I made that leak, I was going to have to remove it, and that's not a fun job. And I got a little heat out of it after that, but not much. But mostly, I lived in Arizona, so I didn't have to worry about it. But I drive it back and forth to here in the winter. Oh, man. I freeze. Yeah, I said that, you know, the factory where they build cars, they start off, there's a conveyor belt with a heater core coming along, and they start adding stuff to it, and down at the other end, there's a car that comes off the line. But they start with the heater core. I mean, that's how it always feels when I'm working on a heater core job. Bonami was Dad's go-to engine cooling system flush. You know what? The old body shop guys I knew when I was young, like 16 years old, the old guys then that were bodymen, they'd mix Bonami with their gray primer, their lacquer primer, and they used that for fill primer. And that's how they did everything with Bonami in the paint. Of course, now you can go buy fill primer. What you doing?
Trying to find the fuses.
Oh. I think you have to take the fender off to change heater core in a 70 Camaro Firebird. Yeah, you got to pull the inner fender out. Get the tire out of the way and pull the inner fender out. I think you can get it. I know the first gen, 67, 8, and 9 Camaros and Firebirds, you got to drop the inner fender to get it. Get them out. And it's 67 full-size Chevy. I did one time. The guy had crunched the front fender a little bit. So we pulled the fender off. And while the fender was off, we did the heater core then just because we knew it was going to be easy. So didn't need a heater core yet, but we replaced it because it was so accessible at the time. Oh, what time is it? 1:47. I didn't get my short up. Forgot all about it.
Well, shut this down and go.
It's too late. You got to get it up at midnight, or it just flounders. The next time it's like in the morning. I'll just put it up for a what do you call it? You know, I set the time for it to go up. Straight bullet. I went to Anderson Pea Soup about a decade ago. I was kind of disappointed. I thought the food would be better because the windmill or something. You know, where were you? Buellton, California? You know, I've driven by that place probably 500 times. Never went in there. I used to buy the Anderson's pea soup, though, because they all up and down the California coast, you could get it in grocery stores. At least you could then. Dean Stevenson, Bonami, was it he that got to lead singer or drummer, famous 70s, are the go-to? I don't know. Bonami was a cleanser. It was like Comet. I don't know what they have in New Zealand. Do they have Bonami in New Zealand? It's white. It was like off-white color, and it was cleanser, like dry cleanser, like Comet. It says I gotta eat my dinner.
Okay, take care, man. Oh, you went to, I don't know how to pronounce that right, Gustine? Gustine? Yeah, there's one up there too, isn't there? I forgot about that. Here, watch me drink this Vim, Miami, or grog. You know, there's a place in town here, it's a grog shop. They have all the stuff for making beer and wine. Oh, man. Now, those sound good to drink. Dean Stevens and Bonami, a cross between Keith Moon, Bon Scott, and Scott Bonham. D-Man, meads. I mean, like, mead, like, it's alcohol made from honey. I made some once. It wasn't very good. I had a friend that used to make it. He liked it, but I made it. It was like, I told him it wasn't very good. He goes, oh, you got to let it age for at least a year. I go, I didn't do that. Kevin Smith says, pea soup. Ew. You know, pea soup's pretty good. I liked it. But I got, Anderson's. Anderson's pea soup, that's a big deal on the California coast. Because the one in Buellton was the first one. And then I forgot there was one up there in the Central Valley. Sorry, Bullet, I'm going to try the pea soup if I ever go again. You didn't have pea soup while you were there? I thought that's all they had. Split pea soup. Yep. Called split pea soup. Trying to think of another place I liked up in that kind of neck of the woods. I can't think of it. I'm going to start sneezing. Not Harrah's. That's another place. That's in Reno. I got to look something up. Not supposed to poke at your phone while you're on the thing here. I'm trying to think of a name of a place to eat over there, and I'll never find it. I'll never find it. Campo says on Scott Baio's live stream last night. Thanked him for because it's a big fan. He left. So Scott Baio does a live stream? Man, I had a friend when I was in the Air Force. He's like one of Scott Baio's friends. And yeah, Chachi. I haven't been able to get a hold of either of them. Wow. I didn't know he did a live. Of course, when he's a kid. He's not a kid. He's like 20-something. He's probably getting up there now. Now, doesn't that piss you off? Walk around the side of the car and it's locked. You gotta go all the way around. What you doing? Handing me the light?
I don't know what I'm doing. Flailing.
My
Heard the concept of
opinion,
flailing.
right at this point, is try to find there's going to be a pressure switch, at least one, maybe a couple of them, in the system that have like two little wires coming off of them. You're probably going to have to jumper those to run the compressor when there's not enough gas in there.
I could put more gas in there, but there's a pretty decent amount of you tell me 70 pounds isn't enough?
Well, I don't know. It might be with the lower pressure on one side. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. No, it should be. That should be enough. I would think that should be enough. There's Joni. Joni just died 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, that must be somebody else. Okay, let's just say if I bought a can of German pea soup at Aldi and it had solid peas in it, I was expecting split pea soup. Really? Germans do it differently. Scott does a live stream every Tuesday night. That's why I don't know, because we do it live every Tuesday night.
Okay, really? We're up against Scott.
Up against Scott Baio.
No wonder nobody's watching.
Yeah, Chachi's girlfriend from Happy Days. Well, why doesn't the compressor come on? Okay, maybe you're looking in the right place. Fuses. Erin Moran. I remember her. She died? Erin died? Hippie-Lung. I think I'm gonna get an Orange Julius tomorrow. Those are good. You know, I learned kind of how to make those. I take frozen orange juice, put it in a blender. You're supposed to put water, a certain amount of water in. I put about half that amount of water in. Then you put an egg in there, maybe 2 eggs, if you really want it frothed up, and then run the blender until the frozen orange juice is all not frozen. It's pretty good. Wow, she died in 2017. What happened to her? She died young.
Who did?
Erin Moran, the girl that was Joni on Happy Days. Let's see here. Stray Bullet says compressor won't come on if there isn't enough pressure. Yeah, it's equalized on both sides. It's 70 psi right now. Oh, she had cancer. Oh, yeah. Kim's linking the grill. Linking the grill. Like the old kid paint commercial. Now Kevin says maybe Scott's Live is on Wednesday. And that's when we watch HRA. I don't know. I'm going to have to chase it down and find out about it. But at Carpana, I plan on getting a banana split after the doctor visit tomorrow. Oh, I can't do that. That's got sugar in it, doesn't it? When I went to the store today, I bought Kim some sherbet because she likes sherbet. But I'm not supposed to eat that, so I'm going to try not to eat any of it. What is this licking? I lick grills. Yeah, better after the doctor. Oh yeah, sugar's high, triglycerides are high, cholesterol's high. You starve yourself before you go to the doctor. Don't they have sugar-free ice cream or something? They may. See, the thing is, ice cream is milk that already has, what is the sugar that's in milk? Kim, what is that? Lactose. Isn't lactose a sugar? Gene Stevenson says, I like girls.
Good for you, Dean.
Oh, that's where he changed. I see what he's doing. Grills and girls are similarly spelled, I guess. Cat-free frozen yogurt.
I'm
You're what?
annoyed.
I can tell you're annoyed.
Oh.
What do you want to do?
I want to make sure you knew.
You want to quit, or do you want to?
I got more research to do. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, but floundering around.
Okay, so stop and do the research. Well, we've been here for 3 hours. We've been on this live for 3 hours, Kim.
I know. I told you to be done.
Okay,
No.
so do you want it? I can tell you're upset. You want to end it and go back to the house? You must have plant-based ice cream by now. $4 hours. Oh, is it 4 hours? Oh, it is. It's 4 hours. Josh Holman can tell time better than I can. Okay, Kim, we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna be done after 4 hours. So say goodnight, Kim.
Good night, everybody.
Yep.
Thank you for being here. Thanks to our moderators. Everybody who's still here gets 3 points for sticking around till the end. Sorry we were not able to get this to work. We don't know what we're doing, apparently. I'm very frustrated because I thought this would be the easy one. And now it's turning out that it's not. But hey, maybe we'll figure it out next time. We will be back on Saturday night.
Saturday night we'll be here again.